Good morning to everyone, and welcome to this second day of this pre-COP event, bridging the green and digital agendas in cities to drive more ambitious and inclusive transitions, that has been organized by CIDOB, by the Barcelona City Council, together with the Glasgow City Council and the British Embassy in Spain, in partnership with C40 and Eurocities. During this second day, we will have 4 sessions, 3 sessions concentrated in the morning, that will explore how these twin transitions are implemented and linked to key sectors in urban economy, sectors like energy, like mobility, like circular economy. And in the afternoon session, we will focus on urban data, on platforms for urban data in the green economy. This first session will tackle intelligent and energy efficiency buildings and infrastructure. Delivering climate neutrality means that millions of existing buildings in cities need to be upgraded to ensure high standards of energy efficiency in the use of zero carbon energy sources. In this context, digital technologies play a key role in upgrading energy efficiency of urban building stocks and in decarbonizing heating and cooling systems. This session will explore how cities are using this technology, smart sensors, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, to improve energy performance in buildings and in infrastructure, and how data obtained from sensors and from applications can contribute to inform more efficient and contextualized solutions to deliver social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Among other things, we will discuss on how cities can help transform the construction sector, promoting new public and private investments in technology that enable new solutions. And delving into the social dimension of energy transitions, we will raise the question of how energy efficient buildings and renovation can contribute to tackle energy poverty in the long term. To address these and other questions, we have the honor to have 2 keynote speakers representing 2 very innovative and I would say also highly committed cities, committed with the 2 transitions, with this twin transitions, digital and green. We will have Helsinki and Barcelona with us. I will give now the floor to representative of Helsinki, Kaisa Rita Koskinen. She's the head of the climate unit and director of the Carbon Neutral Helsinki Problem. Kaisa, you will have 15 minutes to share with us your experience, to build on Helsinki experience with us and with the audience. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I really would like to be, present in Barcelona, because, it's quite cold weather here in Helsinki. And I think that you had, a much nicer weather in Barcelona. But, because we have a pandemic, so it is what it is. First of all, I tried to share my screen with you. And then I will give a disclaimer, because, I hope you are able to see my presentation now. Does it work?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am head of a climate unit, and I am leading Helsinki carbon neutral program. So I am not a data or a digital officer. And I am always saying that, actually, I don't care if the solutions are, smart or if they are stupid. They are good enough for me if they are able to reduce carbon emissions. And so this is very much, focusing on buildings and how we are able to reduce energy efficiency, to increase energy efficiency of buildings. And that's why, not all solutions what I am going to present today, they are not a digital or the data-based solutions. So this is my disclaimer for this presentation. Okay, the direct emissions in Helsinki are consisting, of these elements. So as you can see, heating is the biggest source of direct emissions in Helsinki. So almost all buildings, more than 90% of the buildings are connected to the district heating system. And at the moment, still, unfortunately, almost 90% of the heat is generated by burning fossil fuels. So at the moment, we have 4 big power plants. 2 of them are burning natural gas, and 2 of them are burning coal. So that's the reason why the heating is such a big share. And of course, when we want to reduce emissions of the heating, the first thing and the main thing is to get rid of fossil fuels. We have a plan already for that, and I'm going to speak about it a little bit later. But then the other side of the coin and the other factor of the heating emissions is the amount of the heat we need. And in that part, energy efficiency and the buildings, they are a key player. And that's why, why we have focused during the last 2.5 years, we have focused very much on the buildings and energy efficiency. And I'm going to tell you a little bit what we are doing on that sector. But then there is, of course, the transport. It is about the 1/4 electricity consumption. Actually, last year it was already a little bit less. It was only 13%, and municipal waste is around 3 and 4%. And I'm always saying that, the transport and heating are the main problems for us. Electricity in the Nordic market is going green very fast, and so the market is taking care of the electricity part. So the main headaches for me, they are heating and transport. And we have a very ambitious carbon neutrality goal. So since last week, Helsinki wanted to be a carbon neutral by 2035. But last week, we got a new city strategy. We got a new city council, and they decided that they are going to set even more ambitious targets. So instead of 2035, now we have to be carbon neutral by 2030. And actually, they also set a goal for a carbon zero, and by 2040, the city have to be a carbon zero. And here you can see this is not updated slide because the target changed last week. So, but here you can see that we have already reduced about the 33% of the emissions last year. By a resident, it is much more. It is about almost half. And that's the reason is that the city is growing very fast all the time. So we are basically running up hills because there are more people and more buildings and more cars on the streets, and still we have to reduce emissions by 80% since 2030. So we have a lot of
Kaisa,
stuff.
sorry for interrupt you, but I think slides are not working because we're still in the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you now? I'm trying to change the slides.
No, At
No.
least in my case, in my screen, we are always with the first one.
Is somebody able to give me any hints? Maybe I try to do it again.
Yeah.
Let's try. Sorry, and
maybe
if I share the whole
sorry for
screen.
interrupting you.
No, that's good, because are you now able to see my screen?
Yeah, and try now to go to the next slide. Okay, now it works. Thank you.
Now it works. Okay,
yep.
Perfect. Problem solved. Okay, and this is basically, the carbon neutrality slide I was speaking about. But here you can see that again we have to speed up, in future. And on fighting climate change, time is our biggest enemy, and therefore we need a street fight method. And the street fight method, it means that we have to use all the tools we have in hand. And I'm a little bit, always when people ask me to come to speak about the digital and the smart solution for a climate change, I'm a little bit that kind of, careful, because, at the moment we don't have that kind of luxury that we are able to just choose the smart methods. We have to use everything. If there is a way, we are able to reduce emissions, we have to use it. And this is basically a picture from the newest IPCC report. And here you can see that if we want to stay underneath 1.5 degrees warming, we basically have to cut emissions very, very rapidly. So that's why, we have to use all the methods and all the ways and all the tools we have in hand. And we cannot, we don't have this kind of luxury anymore that we can choose. And that's why, what we have done in buildings. So we have set an energy code for buildings owned by the city. A city of Helsinki owns about 20% of the buildings in Helsinki. 10% is a public buildings like schools, hospitals, kindergartens, care centers, and then the other 10% is residential buildings, rental buildings. And we set the first thing we did was to set a very, very strict code for buildings owned by the city. And it basically means that when we build a new building, it has to be 30% more energy efficient than the national code is requiring. So basically 1/3 more energy efficient than what the law is requiring in Finland. So and it is a lot. 1/3 it's in energy consumption. It is a lot, and we discussed a lot, how we should do it, and then we decided that okay, we will set a target and for the outcome we want, but we are not going to specify the means how the buildings are going to achieve this wanted level. And I have to say that the biggest ways or the biggest means to achieve this energy code is related to heating. So changing from the district heating to geothermal is a very, very big thing. And in our building we have installed that kind of digital smart meters in every buildings, but at the moment it is a little bit unclear how much energy we have been able to save with that solution. So stupid solutions are outruling at the moment the digital ones. Okay, the city of Helsinki owns about 20% of the buildings, and 80% is owned by somebody else. And that's why we wanted to, of course, we have to tackle also the energy consumption of those buildings. And that's why we set also energy requirements for others. Again, we are setting targets for wanted outcome and not specifying means. So we are not requiring them to use a smart metering or the smart elements on the building. And there we have a little bit not so ambitious goals. So energy buildings have to be 20% more energy efficient than what the national law is requiring. Then we have a lot of buildings, existing buildings, which is owned by a private housing associations. And there we studied that what is actually the main thing and the main obstacle for those building owners not to increase energy efficiency and not to do energy renovations for their buildings. And we found out that it is very difficult for normal people, for the lay people, to know how to go forward with the renovations. So it was what they really needed was help from the engineers and that kind of information and help they can trust, because when there is a people selling you some kind of system, to people, they did not trust them very well, because they had it that okay, they are just trying to sell something for us. And that's why we started the energy renaissance team, and it is basically a team of engineers hired by city, and they are really helping in a very concrete way the house owners to run energy renovations. And it is really that kind of economical sense to renovate your house. It is there in Finland, so it makes economical sense. So that's why it's quite easy to progress with this kind of thing. In energy renaissance team, we are saying always that the smart is what is meaningful for each building. So every single building is individual, and then we go there and we really study that what makes sense for that building and what is a cost efficient for that building. In some buildings, smart metering and smart thermostats, they make sense, but still, comparing to the other, other means, they are, somewhat, making economical sense, but the sense is not that big that comparing to the other methods. So it is still under development. We are also, we have a digital agenda in Helsinki, and that's why we are sharing a lot of information. Also, we hope that there will be, when we open all the data, that there will be service providers who are then using using that open data and open shared data, and they are coming here and providing services. And for that purposes, we have started the climate and energy atlas. And actually, this is a picture of that atlas, and this purple building here in the map is actually my house. I'm sitting in that building. You can go and check what is the basically when the building is built, and what is the main heating system, and how much heating the building is consuming per year. And you can find a lot of information here. You are able to check the potential for the geothermal. You are able to check for potential for the solar PVs. and it has been a great exercise for us. But what we have learned so far is that information sharing does not automatically mean that there are services coming. And this is also what we learned in a hard way in our case Kalasatama, where we set a requirement for the buildings that they have to put a lot of IoT and metering systems in the buildings. But actually the biggest learning from that case was that there has to be a partner. It is not only a city driven process, but there also have to be a partner on the market side who is really pulling, because just providing and just giving that kind of information and the meters, it does not automatically mean that the services will come. So that kind of timing and operating together with the market, it is crucial for success. But then what else have we done? I told that getting rid of fossil fuels is crucial for our city, and to do that we have started heating roadmap work, and it is still ongoing. It should be ready before Christmas, but already we are seeing that it's not only about that kind of optimization and optimizing building level, but optimizing the whole heating system, and especially the heating system with smaller decentralized generation methods for heat. It is crucial, and we need more and more intelligent systems. And we need to companies who are, for example, aggregating smaller sources of waste heat and doing a business with that. It is crucial to be able to run this kind of decentralized, centralized heating system. So it is going to be something what we are really looking for. I already know that it's going to be a difficult task because nobody have done it before, but it is something where we really need a smart and digital and data kind of optimization. Okay, that was a very, very short. I hope I did not overrun my time, but here is links for our pages. For example, the kartta.hel.fi is the energy atlas. So if you want to go there and take a closer look, and if you want to use the data and provide some kind of solutions for us, so please do not hesitate. There are also, more information what we are really doing here in Helsinki. So if you are able to find that information behind those links. But thanks for giving me opportunity to give this very short and brief presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kaisa, Rita, for sharing the experience of Helsinki with us, also sharing this I'm sure very useful links, for showing the relevance of the challenge that you're tackling, the framework you are providing to address this challenge, the solutions you're implementing. The importance of data, I think that is something that is going to be at the core of all the sessions that we are going to have today, and also the relevance of with limitations of technology, of digital solutions to address this enormous challenge that we are facing. We are moving on to Barcelona. We have Miquel Rodríguez Planas with us. He's the commissioner for the 2030 agenda at the Barcelona City Council. And we have asked Miquel to share also the experience of Barcelona. Barcelona is implementing highly relevant projects in the field of energy efficiency and saving in buildings. And I think also working in the field of public-private partnerships, this is also going to be very relevant for us. So, Michael, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Agusti. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure being in Barcelona. I hope that Kaita, Rita, you can come soon to visit us. Okay, so regarding energy efficiency in buildings and infrastructure, I would like to present you a specific project that we're implementing in Barcelona. But before doing it, I would like to explain why we arrived to this project. And when we talk about energy efficiency in buildings, the weather or the climate is an issue. It's something to really have to take into account. And we in Barcelona have a lovely weather. We have as Kaisa Rita, I think she will agree with me. We have, however, this moderate weather that we have, the moderate climate, is an issue when we talk about energy savings, because we've learned through an European project, a lighthouse project called Grossmarter, that we did together with Stockholm, Cologne, and Barcelona, where we implement several smart city solutions, retrofitting solutions in several kind of buildings. We learned that the energy savings generated by retrofitting buildings are not enough to pay the investment related to these solutions, especially when we focus into what is called passive measures, such as replacing windows or improving the isolation of buildings. However, when we look at the active measures, such as installation of solar panels, the figures are completely different. And we see that the energy produced can pay for the investment linked to it. So knowing all this, learning about all this through this European project, during a 5 years project, we saw that maybe working more on solar panels will be a better path to reach this energy efficiency. And on the same times, in terms of energy, in Barcelona, we have an energy goal linked to the 2030 agenda that is to increase by 50% the production of renewable energy in the city. And we realize that this goal will not be reachable with the traditional tools or public programs that we normally use, such as grants or public investment. I'm not saying that we don't have to use it. We need to use it, but it's not enough through grants or public investment, because the public investment is limited and the grants do not reach everyone. So therefore, we have designed a project called Més Barcelona. Més Barcelona, Més in Spanish or in Catalan means more. So it's like a kind of a tip. Més Barcelona, and Més is the acronym of Mechanism for the Energetic Sustainability for Barcelona. This project is a financial instrument with the goal to invest in the installation of solar panels in private and public buildings, and also to invest in buildings energy retrofitting, but especially with high energy consumption buildings, such as hospitals or sports centers. And what we think makes different Més Barcelona from other energy policies is the bold dimension of the project. First, as Auguste was saying, this is a public-private partnership. We from the Barcelona City Council we are investing 50 million euros. And with this 50 million euros, we are attracting a minimum private investment of 116 million euros. Why? Because this co-investment that we were going to do from the public part, our part of the investment will not be superior of 30% of the total investment. Therefore, we're reaching at least 166 million euros of investment on solar panels. The second thing that we're reaching or hoping to reach is that we hope to increase by not 50%, but by 66% the solar energy produced in the city. And a very interesting thing is that through this investment, we will install solar panels in a way that it will be free for the owners. We, the public sector with the private sector, will assume all the cost of investment. And therefore, the owners will not have to pay for it. And I'm going to explain a little bit later how we do it. So the thing is that we expect to reach this 66%, this increase of 66% of energy production. That means 83 megawatts peak, or if you like it, it's a reduction of an emissions of 34,000 tons of CO2, or removing 19,000 vehicles from the streets of Barcelona. So how does it work? As I said, it's an investment instrument. And what we do is, the first thing that we did is to what we call homologate a set of investors. We make like a kind of a club between the city council and a set of investors that we ask them to have an experience in investing in solar panels and in energy rehabilitation. And of course, they have to have the muscle, the financial muscle to invest with us. This financial muscle is the same as the market is asking, the authority of the financial market is asking in Spain. So the first set of investors we count with the participation of the main energetic players of the country, together with some investors specialized in the renewable energy and the specific operators of solar panels. These investors, what they have to do is they have to propose to us, to the City Council, a set of investment. And once we have this proposal, we have to agree if we're going to invest with them or not. The way to deciding if we're going to invest or not is based on three criteria. The first one is the financial one. Like, we want to guarantee that our investment, we will recover the investment. The second one is the energy, the energy criteria, in the meaning that we want a project that guarantees the maximum production of energy or the higher energy savings. And the third criteria is what we call the added value for the owners. So what are the owners winning with the project? Despite that, we know for sure that we are investing for them, so they don't have to pay for the investment. The other thing is that we want something more for them. For example, we want to include in the investment, if it's possible, the installing charging point for electric vehicles. We want also discounts on the bill of the energy consumption of the community or even of the owners. We want an improvement of the terrace. So we look for the best projects, and when we have these projects, we decide to create a SPV, a special purpose vehicle, together with the private owner, or the private investor, sorry, to create investment. As I said, it's a financial instrument, so that means that we expect from our side, from the City Council, we expect a return of the investment. And we also like to have some gains, some capital gains. We're not asking a minimum capital gains, but we like to have some. Why? Because with these capital gains, we will use it to invest in retrofitting energy retrofitting of social housing, of ones that we will not include in this project. So it's like closing the circle of the project. A very interesting thing about this project is that after recovering the investment, we will give for free the solar panels to the owners of the buildings. Therefore, we are creating in the future energy communities between the owners of the buildings. I haven't said it before, but I think it's very important to be clear. When we talk about buildings, we're talking about any kind of building. We're reaching public buildings, private buildings, residential buildings, tertiary buildings, or industrial buildings. And how we recover our investment? By selling the energy. We can sell it to the owners of the buildings, but it's not mandatory. So they're not obliged to accept to consume our energy. But if not, we can sell it to the neighbors. There's a law in Spain since at the end of 2019 where the energy produced somewhere can be sold up to 500 meters. And if not, we can sell it to the grid. So we recover the investment for sure. But I think here that the important thing is that we are implementing a project that is contributing with the Sustainable Development Goals. First, because we understand that it promotes access and equity, as the investment will be free for the owners, as I said, and the tenants. And we will guarantee, and by the way that it's free for the owners, and that we, the City Council, are the ones that have to decide at the end where the investment is going, we will guarantee that the installation of solar panels will be done all around the city, covering all kinds of neighborhoods. The second thing is that we understand that this project is 100% environmental sustainable. As I told you about this 66% of increasing of renewable energy and the reduction of CO2 emissions and all these things. But another thing that we think it is interesting is that this project is scalable and replicable, because we can use more investment, more public investment, but our public investment is basically to attract the private investment. And the way we're implementing this project is something that can be reproduced in any kind of city such as Barcelona, a dense city such as Barcelona, cities where neighbors live together. It's this kind of project. So far, where are we? We launched that project publicly in May. So that's 4 months ago. But we have, in the middle, we had August. So let's think about more 3 months than 4 months. And since then, we have around 850 buildings that we are analyzing to implement these solutions in there, in the solar panels. From these 850, 650 are residential buildings. So we're talking about an average of 6,000 families willing to implement this project. So here we are. We understand that this project, it's something that has to be done. It's a way to reach this energy efficiency, and we have to be clear that we are facing strong challenges as a society, moving from the old 20th century system to a not yet clear 21st century system. However, we know that where we have to go. Maybe we don't know really how to go it, but we have to try to reduce the harmings of the transition that we are having. So therefore, moving into this path is something that we have to do together in alliance and using an innovation, and understood innovation as something, as doing things in a different way to reach a better way to reach the goals that we have. As you can see, I'm not talking especially about technical solutions. I think that this is not the issue. Technical solutions, digital solutions have to be something that can help us to reach our goals, can help us to enhance, to overcome the challenges that we have. I think that here the thing is to think out of the box, to think in a different way that will help us to reach faster the goals that we have, and the more important thing, to work together between the public sector and the private sector. And when we talk about the private sector, it's about not only the private firm, but it's the private firms and also the communities, the citizens. And I think this is the way that we're trying to do it in Barcelona. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Miquel. Thanks a lot for introducing us, for sharing the experience of Barcelona, of this key project, MES Barcelona, for highlighting the importance of the notion of alliance, the importance of collaboration, of these public-private partnerships, how through public investments you can mobilize private resources, and I think this is highly relevant. And also, I think it's very interesting, the link you are trying to put on the table, also with the social dimension of sustainability, how to connect these two transitions with the other big challenge that our societies are facing, inequalities, the need to equilibrate, to make a balance, a social balance in cities. And I think it's also very, very relevant. Okay, now to react to these two keynotes, to react to the experience of Barcelona and Helsinki, and Barcelona, we have three, I would say, high-level panelists that are going to help us to better understand the challenge that we are facing, and also to launch the debate with the audience. I will first give the floor to Joanna Lehne. She is one of the authors of the working paper that we are using during this seminar. Joanna Lehne is Senior Policy Advisor at the E3G, Third Generation Environmentalism. I give you 10 minutes to react to these two interventions and to go through the guiding questions we pose you and bring other insights to the debate. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Agustín. Thank you also to CIDOB for involving me in this great discussion. It's really good to be able to take part in it and to also kick off the reflections on what were two really great presentations. I heard a couple of things from the presentation just as a kind of high-level initial introduction. Obviously, the sort of immensity of the challenge that is involved here for cities. So delivering climate neutral buildings and infrastructure, it's obviously going to be a huge task. And it's also clear from both of the presentations that, of course, digital technologies can play a valuable role in this. But I thought it was also really interesting to hear that in both perspectives, there was this aspect of really thinking about what do we define as smart being a more expansive term. So thinking about actually what the end goal here is. I really liked the comment from Kaisa Rita, it doesn't have to be smart, it has to reduce emissions. And also from Mikael, this idea of, okay, digital and technology supports us in meeting these goals, as opposed to being the sort of front end of how we think about this. So I think this is really crucial, but it was also really excellent to hear about initiatives that are already happening in both cities on the ground, where we're starting to see progress in these areas. And I just also wanted to pick up on maybe a couple of the challenges that came across from both presentations that cities face in seizing the full potential of this shift to more energy efficient buildings, to more smart energy efficient buildings. And in this way also start to answer some of those guiding questions that Agustín mentioned. And the three challenges I wanted to focus on were first the sort of lack of financing available for this type of work in cities. So what cities actually have available for them in terms of public resources and private resources. The second point is really around this aspect of putting citizens at the heart of this transition. So a lot of what Miguel already picked up on the kind of social and equity dimension, but how are citizens involved in this? How do they get brought into it? How do they signal uptake? And the third point is really going in a bit more detail on this question of equitable access and service provision, and this question that comes up in the guidance questions about really how do we ensure that there isn't an additional divide, gentrification being driven by these types of processes. If I go to the first point on the kind of lack of finance, I think this came across from both of the presentations, this aspect of the fact that these are, on the one hand, often projects that are quite expensive for individuals to pick up, but they can also be projects that are too small for private investors to see as an attractive proposition. So cities are often trapped between these two aspects of how do they ensure that they can kind of bundle the projects, as Mikael was kind of describing, but it sounds like Barcelona is doing, to make this an attractive proposition for private finance. And I wanted to also quickly highlight some research that E3G has been doing recently, where we've been looking at the national recovery plans that member states have prepared to access financing from the EU in response to the COVID-19 crisis. And we've been looking at the sort of content of these national recovery plans over the last few months, specifically looking at how much funding is available for for retrofitting buildings, for moving towards more energy efficient buildings. And within that, we also decided to look at sort of what portion of that is specifically dedicated to digitalization within that context. So looking at smart metering and building model information systems. And the answer is that it's pretty much non-existent in most plans. So an exception was actually Spain and Czechia as well. These are plans where we saw there was a strong prioritization of that digital aspect in energy efficiency, but it really was missing in many other member state plans. And of course, this doesn't necessarily speak to city priorities, because national governments often drafted these plans. In some cases, cities were brought into that process, but it tells us a little bit about that overall challenge of the amount of public financing that is actually available for this type of work, and how to really bring in, and the need as a result of that to really tap into those private financial sources, which Michaela also referred to. The second challenge I wanted to talk about was this aspect of really putting citizens at the heart of these types of processes. We've seen a lot of smart city projects unfortunately fall through because of a lack of trust often in these processes. And it also has often come down to questions of data privacy, surveillance, and ultimately a need to really think through how we properly include citizens in these processes and in those kind of projects that we're thinking about here. A specific example I wanted to bring up from the UK, it was the sort of smart thermostat rollout initiative that was instituted by the central government here, where the framing has very much been around sort of how do we ensure and that we prime energy consumers to be in a better position to provide services to the energy system. So really thinking about this as something that is going to help with security of energy supply, to think about energy consumers as almost an asset to the transition to net zero. And from our work and our thinking about this, we really encourage sort of thinking, turning this on its head. So more thinking about actually, well, how can digital solutions in homes actually help citizens live the lives that they want to live, as opposed to thinking of them as assets to the energy transition themselves. So really making sure that that is a central component of it, really seeking ways for digital technologies to help citizens live lives that better fit what they think is going to be part of their journey to climate neutrality. And a crucial part here is really thinking about the fact that it's extremely complicated for people often to navigate the amount of different solutions that are available in the space. Kaiser Rita also noted this in the context of retrofitting, and that although it is a strong part of the kind of culture in Helsinki and thinking about this as a value, it was still hard for individuals to do this without having access to a resource of engineers that they could trust and move forward with. So this aspect of really making it easier for citizens to actually navigate the available options for them when they're retrofitting, when they're thinking about what's possible for their homes. And of course, digital tools can play a role there in terms of bringing together these different types of solutions in one platform, making it easier for citizens to kind of disaggregate between the costs and the options for themselves in these ways. But it's definitely a crucial challenge in this context in terms of really understanding how the individual homeowner or renter can really engage with these processes actively. Finally, I also wanted to note there, I think this also came up in Kaiser Rita's presentation, this aspect of cities can't be alone in this. They might provide this data, but there needs to be an active private sector partner here. And it also came up in Michaela's presentation. This is a crucial part of it, that public-private partnership. City authorities really need to be able to work with platform developers to build solutions in this space, but to also ensure that those private sector partners share those values around promoting fairness and inclusion and making sure that that's really sort of built into projects from the get-go. And finally, I'm about to wrap up. I know that I'm coming to the end of my time. I just wanted to come to this question of equitable access to these services. So there's definitely a concern with smart retrofits, with moving into smart city types of solutions, that you could potentially see a new kind of divide opening up, not necessarily between low income and high income households, but between those who can use intelligent infrastructure to improve their lives and those who can't actually afford to do so. So this digital divide aspect that we definitely want to avoid reinforcing. And there have definitely been instances where green and smart gentrification has occurred. But we do know that there are a number of different ways to actually mitigate this. We've seen the strategies that have worked in certain cities, ensuring that there is a kind of inclusionary zoning goal included in projects where a certain percentage of smart retrofitted apartments or these kind of smart projects are specifically dedicated to affordable and social housing, ensuring co-creation to ensure that communities are involved in thinking about anti-displacement strategies in this context, and really ensuring that inclusion and the equity impact is actually properly tracked throughout a project and again baked into this kind of process from the beginning. With respect to this aspect of co-creation, it's important to note, of course, that it's not enough to simply involve citizens. There are groups of citizens who is easier to access, again, via digital technologies, who will always speak up and be present. So it's also thinking about who participates and when, and who is not actually being actively encouraged to, or making it, or is not in a position necessarily to actively participate in these types of processes. And yeah, just the final point, I guess, in terms of what can be done in this context, there are obviously fantastic examples of large-scale renovation programs that have really been able to meet these kind of multiple benefits of reducing emissions, of these social aspects. We've seen this again in the Spanish National Recovery Plan. There's really a strong focus on investment in buildings targeted at economically disadvantaged areas that simultaneously target adaptation and accessibility and help aging populations access these spaces. It's definitely possible. We've got great practice examples there. But this is, a fundamental part of this challenge is also ensuring that this is something that's in the bedrock of how cities are obviously already thinking about this, but also in terms of how the private sector involvement is that they are primed to consider this in terms of their involvement in these processes. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Joanna, for your excellent contribution, for highlighting so many issues that are highly relevant for our debate, for our conversation, the importance of the recovery plans. I think that this is something very relevant to put on the table, to have in mind. What can digital solutions bring to this debate? I insist in the issue of bringing the social agenda, or mixing or linking these twin transitions with the social agenda as something highly relevant, working with concepts like co-creation, how to engage with citizens, how to involve citizens in these twin transitions in cities, something that is highly relevant for cities. So fantastic. Let's move on to Roland Hunziker, to the next reaction. Roland Hunziker is Director of the Sustainable Buildings and Cities at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Roland, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Agusti, and thank you all for having me today. It's a pleasure. I really liked all your examples and approaches. Especially Kaisarita, your introduction that the outcome is what we need to look at, not the means. And also, whether it's smart or stupid, we need all solutions to reach those outcomes. I would like to challenge the group on a number of things. And that's, we need to take a system approach. As cities, we need to also look at consumption-based emissions. It's great to look at energy and transport emissions, but if you're just trying to drive to climate neutrality on a narrow scope 1 and 2, you are not helping the world decarbonize. So we need to look at the full emissions, especially of the building system, but also other systems, embodied carbon emissions as well, in order to inform the targets that we need to reach. So I'll try to make 3 points. The first is what we need. So what is that target we need to reach? And I think I'll be backed up by Victoria afterwards, I'm sure. And then 2 points around the how. The how is, on the one hand, a stronger engagement of demand side actors, such as investors, owners, and developers. And the second part on the how is that we need much more focus and collaboration a kind of a delivery organization that helps cities reach net zero with all the stakeholders involved. So let me maybe elaborate a little bit on the what we need. The built environment is overall responsible for 40% of global emissions. That's because we heat and cool buildings and we use materials to construct them. And roughly those 14 gigatons of emissions that come from the built environment are 80% today energy emissions and 20% or 30% embodied carbon. But when we look at current construction, a lot of the emissions are upfront. So we have up to 50% of life cycle emissions in buildings or renovation, by the way, are embodied emissions. So if we only look at energy and we build massive passive structures that use a lot of materials, embodied carbon, we will not get to where we need to go. Because the built environment also represents 40% of resource use and about 40% of waste streams. So we have a very linear model today of building and then eventually tearing down, and a lot goes to landfill. So how do we tackle that as a system? We need to look at whole life cycle emissions. And there at WBCSD, we're doing some work on how do we account for the whole life carbon emissions of any building or project. And that allows us then to understand where the emissions occur and how can we reduce them. And it's very important, and this is what we're pushing as part of a global coalition for the COP26. We need to reach 50% reduction in buildings by 2030, and we need to be net zero well before 2050. So to be 50% reduced by 2030, we need net zero carbon in operation by 2030. So we should not have any more emissions from operating buildings, and we need to reduce that embodied carbon by 50%. And for that, we need to account for all the emissions. So what we did was some case studies around how do we understand net zero in buildings today? How do we account for the full life cycle? So from construction to operation to end of life, and hence, how does that help us reduce by 50%? And it is possible. We can look at any building projects today and design out waste, we can design out material use, and we can optimize energy consumption to actually reach those targets, the 2030 target already today. Net zero is harder, but we need to also focus on that. Maybe on the how, we are talking a lot about technical solutions, but we are not engaging those who take the financial decisions. Now, the speakers here are the exception. As cities, you have your targets, you're looking at how you, because you are building owners, 20% in the case of Helsinki. I don't know how much in Barcelona, but certainly a sizable chunk. But the other 80% are financed by someone else or developed by someone else and owned by someone else. So we need to engage those people on those very same targets and how they can take those targets and make them real in their own projects. So again, an example, we issued a report earlier in the summer about how investors and developers can actually put in requirements to reduce upfront emissions from buildings in their policies, in their procurement process, and at various stages of projects. So it's a very practical guide that helps anyone who is involved in building projects set those requirements upfront. And we're working with a group of cities around the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance who are looking at this embodied carbon question, how cities can set these requirements, as well as obviously the investors and developers. Because again, it's what we can all do together to drive that. And if we drive those targets, we will also incentivize innovation along the whole supply chain. If the designers talk to the owners and they talk to the upstream material providers, then they will come up with more carbon smart solutions. But we need to put the carbon next to the price. So we really need to look at both. And some things are more expensive, but over the life cycle, it will be cheaper. So that's very important to take that whole life approach. Maybe the last piece is really interesting because I see much of this happening, but maybe not to the level it's required. And that's that collaboration. we need to have much more collaboration between business and cities and citizens to drive these common targets. And I think your example, Michael, is very interesting, how you're bringing in private investment. However, for cities to really drive net zero, you need to have a dedicated, what I call a delivery organization. You need to bring your stakeholders together in these different sectors and say, how do we drive these targets together? The city cannot drive this alone. You don't have the finance, you don't have the resources. So you almost need an independent broker. You need an organization that helps you do that, to pull together the expertise, to pull together the planning, but very importantly, to engage the stakeholders. And Johanna, you gave great examples of how we can engage the citizens, the building owners, to create value for them. So I think it's those 3 points, really a system approach, the engagement of the critical, what I call demand side players, those who finance, those who develop, and then really this organization that helps the city drive the investments and drive the targets. I think it has to happen at the city level to really enable this transition. Cities making up about 70% of global emissions. And as WBCSD, we're part of the City Business Climate Alliance with C40 and CDP, where we're trying to drive this idea of deeper collaboration between cities and the businesses operating within cities to drive that. So with that, I hope to have maybe a discussion also afterwards with you. Looking forward to that. And thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thanks a lot, Roland, for your very useful and I think insightful contribution to the debate. Really structured what we need, how to address the challenge, the importance of bringing evidence on what we need, and also highlighting the importance of collaboration, the public-private partnerships, the engagement of investors, of developers, but also of citizens. I think it's very relevant to mobilize all the assets that we have, all the capacities, the resources that we have, sharing targets, working with shared targets, also highly relevant. Okay, we will move now on the last reaction. We have with us Victoria Burrows to introduce the final comment. She's Director of Advancing Net Zero at the World Green Building Council. Victoria, please.
Thanks, Augusto, and thank you to the organisers today and everybody who's participating for engaging in such an important dialogue. And a special thank you to my colleague Roland, who's done a great job in setting the scene and covering lots of content that I could have done. So I didn't need to do that. Thank you very much, Roland. It is a huge challenge. And, you know, we've heard today from Barcelona and Helsinki to very different cities, right, with two very different building stocks, the types of building stocks, and yet with the same challenges, the same ultimate goals. We as a sector have inherited this enormous global stock of buildings that we now have to upgrade and fix. They simply aren't fit for purpose for today's climate, and therefore the buildings that we are designing today won't be fit for future climates either. So we have to be driving some of these solutions, and as Roland said, that has to happen in a systemic way at the scale that we need to tackle. It's a very complex issue, and I'm glad that we're trying to unpick some of those challenges here today. I really appreciated the presentations by Kaiser-Rita and by Michael. I think we have heard really strongly that yes, there is a role for smart solutions, for digital solutions, but that actually that has to be in combination with some of those more simple solutions and ways forward. You know, we have the apps for the solar panels on our roofs, and it tells us everything we need to know, but without that being in combination with things like you know, better windows and insulation and improving some of the using some of those passive measures to reduce demand in the first place, we're really only chipping away at the surface in terms of solving the problems. It's great to hear that there's some of these more holistic approaches. I'd like to just pick up on something that Kaisa mentioned earlier, and she said that in terms of the numbers, smart meters alone, might not be seen to making a huge contribution in terms of making those reductions. But it is really, and I want to strongly emphasize it, it's about that combination of solutions, right? The smart meters provide you with access to the data that helps you break down more than just what your energy bill is. And so it helps you understand where that consumption is, and therefore the opportunities to reduce your consumption. It's a bit like, I suppose, someone scoring a goal in a football match, right? Everybody knows that somebody helped them. There's an assist that helped them get the ball to them, but it's the goal scorer that's recognized, right? The goal scorer that's celebrated. Let's call the smart meter is the assist in this situation. They provide you the access to that really important data, and therefore which solutions are the best investments for different types of buildings, because there will be different combinations of solutions for different building types. And that's why this is such a complex challenge. So I would really like to just emphasize that it is that combination of both. There is, of course, far more opportunity to introduce some of these combinations and especially more passive design measures when we're looking at new buildings. But energy codes and policies simply aren't ambitious enough across the world to help us drive the buildings that are being designed today. And we know that that's the case. And so to Roland's point, we are working as part of a coalition of organizations in this space to try and bring this conversation to COP, to really champion for the need for policymakers to radically increase the ambition levels of their building codes, to ensure that we're building at least to the best that we know today, let alone locking in these problems for generations to come. We know the challenge of having to renovate buildings that are not fit for purpose. So that kind of speaks to the data side of things. And the data is so powerful, and there's lots of different tools and solutions that are coming into the market that enables the access to that data to be able to inform those decisions, to be able to calculate return on investments, to be able to access and unlock the access to the finance that we've talked about. But the second point that I want to come on to is demand. And again, that's been covered by my previous speakers earlier, so I won't dwell too much on it. But from a social point of view, making sure that we are helping people in fuel poverty. There's one thing having companies and corporations achieving net zero and sort of making sure their own buildings are very highly efficient, but it's the kind of social aspect that we need to be addressing here of the people who really struggle to heat their homes in winter and really suffer with the increasing extreme heat waves that we're seeing. And there has to be that consideration within these policy frameworks, because it cannot simply be a case of emissions reductions. It cannot simply be driven by access or not to finance. It has to be about ensuring people can heat their homes and remain comfortable in those increasing weather scenarios and extreme climate events that we're seeing, that are ultimately, having the worst outcome possible, and the building sector can play a role in that. So I wanted to make sure that we carry that social value piece through. Our homeowners may not necessarily really champion for the need to improve their homes as a way to improve their lives or their quality of life, but we know that will provide benefits. It's like nobody knew that they needed an iPhone, right? And yet we're willing to pay $1,000 for it. So how is it that we create a scenario where people create that demand themselves? We've heard about cities who own a large proportion of buildings. We've also got obviously the private sector with the commercial real estate, but then we've got the homeowners, and how do they create that demand from the bottom up, as it were? How does insulation and solar panels be as sort of desirable, let's say, as a new kitchen or a patio area outside your home, right? How do we make the energy consumption of a home as important to its ultimate value, not just in financial terms, but social value? But the thing that I really want to focus on, because there are lots of initiatives out there, like the Net Zero Carbon Buildings commitment from World Green Building Council, which is all about accelerating decarbonisation targets, that focuses on the decision makers, so policy makers and business owners, how can they ensure that their buildings are operating as efficiently and effectively as possible, and actually to move the needle towards those decarbonisation targets that Roland was talking about. We've recently updated the commitment to include embodied carbon targets as well as operational carbon. And we ask that businesses signing up to that commitment achieve maximum reductions in terms of energy consumption and the reduction of embodied carbon emissions, and then also ensure that their buildings are powered by renewable energy, and then that any residual emissions that are left after you've maximized those reductions are offset through really high quality offset schemes. And the idea here is to really take account for the residual emissions that the construction industry is causing as we continue to build. But the kind of the ultimate objective is the solutions that come out of that process. So every CEO who signed up to that commitment needs to then deliver on that commitment and commission the sorts of projects and tools and initiatives and solutions, digital or not, in order to deliver that commitment through. So it helps accelerate the availability of those solutions to market, and also helps increase the demand and ultimately drive down the cost to enable everyone to be achieving these solutions, so that actually the choice of installing solar panels on your roof or carrying out insulation improvements isn't one based on cost, but it is just a no-brainer. We want to remove that finance barrier in the same way that we've heard from Barcelona. It's fantastic to hear about how the real estate of existing buildings is being used in that way, with the finance barrier being removed. I'm really, really hopeful that there's a huge amount of uptake there. The big challenge, I think, for me, comes to implementation, right? When we have all of these targets, we have cities and countries and businesses setting really ambitious net zero targets for, in some cases, in just a few years' time. I think what we haven't yet touched on in too much detail here this morning is about the implementation, right? How we deliver those solutions on the ground. Once we've had access to finance, once we've identified the types of solutions and projects that need to be implemented, does the building industry have the skills to be able to deliver those projects on the ground, right? And I'll give an example. I think Johanna, you sort of made gave an example earlier of the smart meters rollout system within the UK, but we've had a bit of a setback in the UK. I'm actually speaking to you from France, but originally, as you can tell from my voice, from the UK. We've had a bit of a setback with the UK Green Homes grant earlier this year, which was due to be extended and then was actually cancelled. And the kind of unfortunate thing there is that of all of the applications, there was a huge sort of swathe of applications for the Green Homes grant, which allowed access to finance and really massively reduced the cost of things like installing insulation or better windows or replacing your boilers, for example. And again, all about removing that finance barrier, right? So we found that the data was there that showed it needed to be done. We found the demand. What happened was the issues fell around implementation, and actually only 5% of the projects that were applied were actually installed and completed. So there's a real challenge here in terms of converting. Once we've convinced everyone through the data, we've unlocked that finance, we've created that demand. Insulation is as important to people as new kitchens. How do we go about installing it in a way that doesn't cause inconvenience to homeowners, that is sort of super quick and just has an immediate benefit to them. We have lots of programs at the moment within universities to make sure that the students in architecture and engineering degrees are being taught this stuff now, because they have to be delivering this when they eventually graduate. This has to be the way that buildings are designed from the very beginning. And we have to be looking at how we ensure that the necessary skills are there in order to deliver on these solutions that we need in order to actually achieve those decarbonisation targets. We really need to focus on that in order to ensure that that we are addressing this challenge, which is just getting bigger and bigger by the day as we're continuing to build new buildings and we're getting closer to those 2030, 40 and 50 dates. So World Green Building Council has a project called Build Upon Squared, which we're working on with lots of different green building councils across Europe, with pilot cities that are all looking to that have developed sort of collaboration networks across private and public sector organizations. There's a city in Spain that's involved, Valladolid. And that's all about creating the sort of indicators and frameworks and necessary tools and resources to prove how it can be done in terms of wide-scale decarbonisation renovation strategies in order to inform national level strategies on this issue. And then additionally, we have, of course, the opportunity of COP to really call for the national governments and policymakers to ensure those more ambitious plans being incorporated within those building codes for new buildings as well as existing buildings. So look out for more information on how we do in the next few weeks in the lead up to COP, and follow the building to COP26 communications. And we hope to have some good news for you after COP and continue this communications and legacy piece well beyond. So thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Victoria, for sharing your thoughts with us. Also very interesting. The importance of accelerating and increasing the demand of solutions, how to remove financial barriers, how to work to address this key challenge to leave no one behind, and the challenge that implementation represents. And I think that gives us an idea of the difficulties that we are facing in this specific area. Okay, well, we have a bit more than 10 minutes left until the end of the session, and it's time now for the debate. I think the audience know that you have a channel to put your questions to the panelists. So if you want to share your questions with us, we will proceed to share them with the panelists. But maybe before giving the floor to the audience, Kaisa, Rita, Michael, do you want to react to the three reactions that Joanna, Roland, and Victoria have shared with us? You have now time for a brief reaction to their comments.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything in mind at this point, so I think that we can go on the debate.
From my case, I think that what Roland was saying about having a external body helping us to reach our goals. I'm resuming a little bit what you were saying, Roland, but basically having this external body, I think this is something very interesting and very complex at the same time, because it's something that I think on the theory it's completely correct. However, on the reality, I would say that if we can have this external body, it would be great. If this external body knows perfectly well the reality where it's working on. So therefore, I think more about having a more alliance between the parties that are already playing in the field. These public-private partnerships, and that doesn't mean that I keep the idea with me and try to see how we can use it more internally, especially in our project. But well, thank you for the proposal. I think this is something very interesting and has to be working a little bit more.
Okay, thank you, Michael. There's a first question for Roland. You mentioned the work of the City Business Climate Alliance. How does the Alliance mobilize investors and the construction sector to put their money into innovative technologies for energy efficient building solutions? Roland, this is for you.
I'll be upfront, we're not there yet. The City Business Climate Alliance has primarily started to drive that narrative of having to collaborate more deeply. And indeed, one of the areas is obviously the built environment. So and just to come back to your comment, Michael, absolutely, you're not flying in some people from somewhere else who say that they are experts. No, all this expertise is is in cities. You have it. You have businesses. You have the policy. You have everyone there. But you need to utilize those resources, and you need to focus them on that outcome. As Kaiserita said, we need to be outcome focused. And just by the way, the Smart and Clean Foundation in Helsinki tried to do that, and I'm sad that it stopped in June, because that was a public-private partnership trying to drive outcomes. Why has it stopped? Because it's hard. Exactly to your point, Mikael. So in the CBCA, the ultimate vision, and we're far away from it, is that there is a delivery organization, but that doesn't mean it's a complete remote thing. It is obviously under the auspices of the city. You're ultimately the orchestrators of the action that happens, but it's a certain degree of independence. It needs to be able to attract finance. It needs to be able to bring in business. It needs to engage citizens. So there is a very big communication and engagement component, and then there's the project component. And it can be financed. It can be financed through the savings that can be reached by the project. Now it's hard. You said how hard it is to make an NPV out of an energy efficiency project when the savings are not that big, but there is other values that you can bring in. And again, consumption-based emissions. If we can save on overall material costs, etc., we actually have a positive case. But we need to bring people together to do that. And so it's an idea. I don't see it anywhere in the world yet. Some cities are close. Boston have the Green Ribbon Commission. As I said, Helsinki was working on the Smart and Clean Foundation. There's a few examples out there. But if we want to reduce emissions by 50% in the next 80 years, we need this.
Thank you, Roland. I think now we have also one question for Joanna. For digital solutions to be effective, they have to respond to the needs of citizens and consumers, or consumers. How can cities and their partners support people and businesses in navigating the new net zero services and products that are on offer?
Thank you. No, it's a great question. It's one I was also sort of hinting at in my comments. I think this challenge of the sort of sometimes the wealth of options that are available versus the ability to actually navigate these, and the potential for cities working with a digital platform, for example, to bring together these types of solutions and actually make it possible to map across them and think about what would work in different settings. I think this was super interesting, and what Kaiserita was showing us with this kind of mapping of the housing stock in Helsinki. I mean, it's a similar thing to also think of inserting or having kind of an additional layer on top of that in terms of what kind of digital solutions could be used in each of these types of buildings, or something that sort of integrates these different tools into one space. I think what's really crucial, and maybe something that we've talked so far a lot about the social aspects here. I think one aspect that we haven't maybe touched on as much is the kind of behavioral dimension that's involved in all of these aspects. When we're talking about architects using digital tools to think about things differently, structural engineers, the aspects that Victoria mentioned in terms of the skills that are required here, and the kind of upskilling, thinking actually in terms of what these smart tools are used. It actually goes far beyond simply that, well, what is the list of possible solutions, but it has to go far deeper in terms of how are people actually being trained to think about these solutions, what is sort of front of mind. And there I would very much also want to underline Roland's points about embodied carbon. This is actually very much more the kind of area I'm in. I work a lot on heavy industry and basic materials, and so really thinking about how we change how much cement and steel that we need in the first place. And a really crucial example there is the fact that a structural engineer will be trained to over-specify how much of a material they need in a given building. There are lots of digital tools that can be used actually to change how they think about the embodied carbon within a building and to design differently. But again, it goes far beyond what an individual city will be able to put together in terms of those solutions. It has to be in partnership with universities, with that kind of thinking through the wider network of who is involved in this, who actually does the design, who is the client, how do we get people to think about these different things, and really being creative in how we use that mapping and ensuring that people have access to these tools.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. I have now a question for Victoria. I think the social dimension of this debate is key, and there's a question there on how to increase the demand among vulnerable people, the most vulnerable neighborhoods in cities, the peripheries, that are facing in this time great challenges in terms of exclusion, in terms of inclusion, in terms of trying to address their economic needs, and feel sometimes far away from these debates, this twin transition. Digital divide is there. Sometimes climate transitions are far beyond, are far away from their needs, or what they feel as needs, as concrete needs. How to engage these people? How to engage these more people that are in danger of being left behind? How to engage them, providing, I don't know, facilities, removing barriers, how to do it?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I mean, World Green Building Council's strategy is sustainable buildings for everyone, everywhere. We don't believe we will have reached our goals if we have left people behind. There's again a combination here around that demand, right? There's really encouraging people and increasing the awareness for them to understand the benefits and the opportunities available to them, and how certain measures, which kind of might be seen as greening or something that they're kind of, you know, not completely sure will provide a value or benefit to their lives. How does that translate to improving their quality of life? You know, affordable housing isn't just how much it costs to build, but how much it costs to operate as well. And so there has to be that consideration. And so more efficient homes ultimately will be more affordable and cost less to operate. So there is a bit of a combination here of increasing that awareness, of kind of bringing in those sorts of programs and tools and initiatives to offer those solutions to help improve, but also increase that awareness to make sure that it's really clear what those solutions are that can improve their quality of life. We've got a health and well-being framework that was launched last year, which tries to redefine what health and well-being means for the building and construction sector. It's not, you know, often you'll find health and well-being issues within green building rating tools such as lighting or sound quality, for example, sound insulation levels, but it really extends the scope of health and well-being to also include social values. So it's a critical issue to make sure we address. And at COP, we'll be releasing a beyond the business case report, a report that sort of sets out the compelling reasons why you can't afford not to invest in more sustainable built environments, and it extends to the extremely important social value piece. So it's all about engagement and increasing that awareness and making sure that the benefits and values of these solutions can be felt right the way through all of our communities.
Thanks, Victoria. Well, it's almost 10:30. We have to conclude our debate here. I would like to thank the 5 panelists, the representatives from Helsinki, Kaiser Rita, and Barcelona. Miquel, thanks a lot for sharing your experience. I think it has been really interesting to see how your cities and your teams are addressing this huge challenge. And also for the comments from the very useful and relevant contributions that you made, Joanna, Roland, Victoria, to the debate. We will continue after a half an hour pause. We will continue at 11 a.m. with the next panel. Mainstreaming inclusive digital mobility solutions. That is, I'm sure it's also going to be very relevant to continue deepening on this very useful debate that we are having. Thanks a lot, I insist, and see you in half an hour. Bye-bye.
Good morning from Barcelona. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Guillem Ramirez. I am policy advisor at the Barcelona City Council, and I will be moderating this session on mainstreaming inclusive digital mobility solutions. As you know, this is part of a seminar organized by the Barcelona City Council, the Glasgow City Council, the UK Embassy in Spain, and CIDOB, the think tank on urban affairs and international affairs based in Barcelona, in advance of COP26, which, as you know, will take place in Glasgow next month. This seminar is addressing the linkages between the digital and the green transitions in cities, and today we'll be addressing key policy areas with an impact on these transformations: infrastructure, circular economy, data, and our own session about urban mobility. In this session, we will explore how digitalization of mobility services is opening new pathways towards decarbonized urban transport systems that center on automated, connected, electrified, and shared vehicles. The focus is on strategies for regulating and mainstreaming decarbonized shared mobility services in ways that benefit all citizens. A majority of shared mobility services are provided by private sector companies that operate according to the logic of data producers rather than public transport providers. In this context, city governments face the task of regulating these services in ways that enforce data security and transparency criteria, establishing public space use regulation, and integrate the new shared mobility services with existing public transport networks without stifling investment and innovation. So in this session, we will hear from representatives of global cities like Paris, London, and Bangalore about how they are managing the mobility transition in their cities and how do they contribute to the ecological and digital transitions in this urban context. For that, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers. We have today with us Natalia Ticciarello from the Paris Mobility Agency, who will present their latest development and new regulations for dockless shared mobility in Paris. We also have Vanessa Harrison, Principal Policy Officer for Transport at the Greater London Authority, who will tell us about London's experience with micro mobility and in particular about the scooter trial that started in June. And then we will go to Bangalore. Naxan Doke, who is the Director for Rolling Stock Operations and Maintenance at the Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation, will cover the transformation of urban mobility in his city, and in particular, the impact of the Bangalore Metro Mass Transit System. After that, we'll hear the reactions of an equally excellent lineup of respondents. Daniel Serra, the Director of the South Hub of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology for Urban Mobility. We'll also hear the reaction from Thomas Deloyton, Director from Mobility at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And finally, we are also delighted to have Marusha Kardama, Secretary General of the SLOCAT Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport. So after their reactions, we'll open the floor for discussions and we will be taking questions from the audience. So without further delay, Natalia Ticciarello from Paris, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear and listen to me? Okay. Yes. So I wanted to, can you see my presentation as well? Okay, so I wanted to share with you the new regulations that the city installed this year regarding shared mobility. So I work in the city at the direction of road and public space, and I'm in charge of developing shared mobility, which would be car sharing as well as bikes, moped, e-scooters, and well, any other further device that could be developed according to shared mobility. So we could say that the first shared mobility, like dockless, I would say, moped, arrived to Paris in 2016, and so it was. It took 3-4 years until a legal national framework was installed in order to be able for cities to regulate these kind of fleets by providing authorization and permits in order to operate. So we had in 2016 the MOPT, and then in 2017 the bikes, because, well, Paris has a very well system of shared bikes, which is believed there are more than 20,000 shared bikes, which is public service. But by this time there was renovation of the contract, and so because of some some disruptions in the service, new mobility providers arrived to Paris. So, well, that's when free-floating bikes appeared. And then in 2018, we had the first e-scooter, and we had the first free-floating car sharing services that arrived. So it was the city had to regulate for almost 15 months. Well, if we take in consideration scooters for more than 3 years, this kind of service without having really all the tools to be able to regulate. So, for example, in April 2019, the city installed a fee in order for free-floating operators to pay for using public space, and then in July 2019, there were the first really permits that were delivered, and any operator who came to the city had, it was mandatory to inform the city that they were deploying a fleet, and so they had to start paying a fee. And from this time, data was prescribed, because it was a way for the city to make sure that the number of devices that the operator would declare were really, well, it was not over the number of devices that the operator, it's a mechanism to control. And in December of 2019, so there was the legal national French mobility law that was published, and it allowed, well, from now on, cities are allowed to install some requirements and specification when delivering permits to free-floating operators. So it's much clearer, and this law gives 8 prescriptions, like data sharing, the fleet size that an operator can deploy in a city. However, the fleet, for specifying the fleet size, the cities still have to pass a tender in order to, or competitive call in order to limit the size of the fleets and the number of operators, without just a simple regulation. This regulation as well enables cities to specify where deployment of the fleets is possible. Then there is a compliance with riding and parking rules as well. Some removal for vehicles that are unavailable to rent. And what would be important maybe today is the polluting emissions and greenhouse gases, something that was introduced. Then advertising and restrictions on vehicles, and respecting neighborhood tranquility for, this is mostly when operations of deploying and taking away batteries take place. So this year, the city published a new regulation for free-floating car sharing in January, a regulation for dockless bikes in September, and we will be publishing a new regulation for moped and motorcycles before the 10th of November. So to give you some examples of what regulations we were able to install is, for example, asking for quality devices. For example, for moped and free-floating cars. We have a regional label that makes sure that operators provide a quality service, and besides, it enables cities to collect data regarding I'm not sure of the term. We are able to connect data like instant data, but also some information regarding uses and more statistic information. Then for parking and traffic rules, for example, today the city is able to say where these kind of vehicles can really park. For example, it was like a problem for bikes, dockless bikes, because national regulation would not say that a dockless bike which is on the sidewalk is maybe not a very good place to be. I mean, but in the real life, I mean, in a city like Paris, which is very dense and sidewalks are really very small, having this kind of devices on the sidewalks is really something which is not very willing. So we had to regulate, and today bikes are only able to park in the special dockless bike parking that the city has created, and on the regular bike parking places with some hoop. And besides, we are regulating on today. Well, maybe this happens in other cities as well. Some operators would deploy like 10 engines in one place, and as we have many operators today, we ask operators not to deploy more than, for example, 3 vehicles in a dense area and no more than 4 vehicles in a less dense area. If we take like a linear of 100 meters. And then, for example, if we explain the carbon footprint, which would be interesting, these regulations enable us to ask, well, operators have to carry out an annual carbon footprint of the vehicles that they're being used. So this is something new, and we are very interesting to get the first reports. So I think they will be giving us like next spring. And well, on data sharing, this is a main issue as well, but we had already started with this procedure. So we will be still continuing and improving what we can obtain of data. So, well, that's it. I think I did my 10 minutes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Natalia. Very insightful presentation on what is happening in Paris. Let's move on to London now with Vanessa. The floor is yours.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can see my slides. So you can.
Now.
Great. So London began a trial of e-scooters earlier this year, which are the kind of very type of shared mobility services that this session seeks to explore. So this presentation is focused on the kind of nature of the trial and its governance rather than the reflections or lessons on it per se. So starting with the UK's national context, e-scooters are actually illegal in the UK unless they're ridden on your private property. However, they are a common sight on the road in London and they are widely available to buy in shops. So in July 2020, the national government legalised 12-month trials.
Vanessa, but we're not seeing your presentation.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oh.
All right.
Let me try again.
Yeah.
Hang on. Do you see that?
Yes, now.
Okay. So yes, sorry about that. So yeah, the national government legalised 12-month trials in order to support the green restart of local travel and help mitigate reduced public transport capacity as a result of the pandemic. And in doing so, the national government set out a series of specification and requirements for the vehicles. So for example, the speed limit, and also changed some legislation to allow e-scooters to be allowed to be used in cycle lanes. And then they also specified that local areas could choose additional specifications like the number of scooters deployed, whether they use geofencing technology in the parking locations. And all local areas in England, Scotland and Wales could bid to take part, but the Department for Transport had the final say on which areas could do a trial. And the government guidance stated that the main aim of this was to build robust evidence about the safety, the benefit, the public perceptions, and the wider impacts of e-scooters to inform any future legal changes. So then how does that translate into London? Well, London has 33 local authorities, as well as the Greater London Authority, which is the regional government body, and Transport for London, which is the organisation responsible for most of London's transport system. And the mayor is the figurehead of both of these organisations. So where trial areas included several tiers of local government, the Department for Transport recommended agreeing a lead authority. And so to coordinate across the 33 local authorities and to ensure a consistent approach, Transport for London and London Councils, which is an organisation that represents all the boroughs, are working together on a unified approach to London's trial. So Sadiq Khan, who's the Mayor of London, was re-elected as Mayor this year, and in his manifesto he stated that London's rolling out the largest trial of e-scooters in the UK to see how the transport can fit into our existing network. It will carefully assess safety, environmental impacts, and ensure that the mode of transport is inclusive for everybody. So in November 2020, TfL and London Councils launched a competition to select up to 3 operators to run the trial. And following this, Lime, Dot and Tier were appointed. Unlike e-bikes, because e-scooters were illegal, no company could just launch in the UK. And so this was the only way to gain access to London's market. So we launched on the 7th of June in 5 boroughs and Canary Wharf, which is one of the financial districts. And then further boroughs have joined in July, August and September, and we're now up to 10 areas. Safety is at the centre of the trial, and London has set additional standards than the government set out, so including lower speed limits. And throughout the trial, TfL is engaged with its independent disability advisory group to ensure that the trial works for everybody using London's roads. So as the quote there from London Walking and Cycling Commissioner notes, the trial is centering safety and is considering the role that e-scooters can play in London's future, particularly in supporting the mode shift away from cars. So in terms of infrastructure, the scooters used in the trial can only be parked in defined locations, and these locations are expected to be selected to support policy goals, so prioritising parking in areas where there is a potential for a mode shift away from cars. And they're also supposed to be located in areas to avoid street clutter, which we experienced with e-bikes, and to place them in locations which avoid conflict with pedestrians. Local boroughs can also set areas where scooters automatically slow down and areas where you're not allowed to take a scooter, and so where the scooters safely come to a stop. But because these are each set by the borough rather than TfL or London councils, the location and density of parking and of geofencing varies from borough to borough. So in one borough, you might be able to ride through a park, and in another borough, you wouldn't be able to do that. So this map just shows where we're currently active in the e-scooter trial. It does assume a level of understanding of London's borough geography, but this is a kind of central western portion of London. The green boroughs are the ones that started the trial, and the other colours have joined as we've gone on. So to rent an e-scooter in London, users must download an app of the relevant operator they want to travel on, or download them all. Citymapper also identifies e-scooters, but doesn't provide the opportunity to hire through them. You have to verify your driving licence and undertake first ride training. And there's also a beginner's mode, which means that they go slower on your first ride. And then the user pays through the operator's app, and the journeys cost between £3.25 and £3.40 for a 15-minute journey. And you have to ride them on roads or cycle lanes. They can't be ridden on pavements. And so this is distinct from the rest of London's transport network, or from TfL's own cycle hire scheme. So in terms of equitable access, prior to launching the trial, TfL undertook an equalities impact assessment and identified that the impact of the trial could be exclusionary due to affordability, lack of smartphones, language barriers, or a lack of a bank account. So based on this, TfL included these outcomes in the specification for operators. So on engagement, education, and outreach, there was an expectation that operators would specifically focus on groups whose first language might not be English or who might not come into contact with the apps and the technology otherwise. There was also an expectation that these education sessions would educate people on how to use e-scooters and where you are and aren't allowed to use them. On the pricing and equity, it meant a requirement for operators to consider pricing and alternative arrangements for people on lower incomes. So each operator have a different way of providing that lower income accessibility. And then on alternatives to digital channels, operators were required to consider solutions to support inclusivity of service for people who didn't have smartphones. And this has been done to varying degrees. Some operators stress that operating within the legal requirements of the trial means it's difficult to actually hire a scooter without the app. But for other operators, you could call a number and unlock a scooter that way, but they actually report that that hasn't really been taken up. So in terms of early data, to ensure it's open and transparent, headline metrics are released every 4 weeks. So far to today, we've had 255,000 trips, an average distance of 2.8 kilometers, and an average trip duration of 22 minutes. And as the trial geography has expanded, the number of vehicles in circulation has too. So we're now at 2,700 vehicles. And as well as collecting data, TfL is also undertaking engagement with Londoners. So this slide just shows the map, the interactive map where people can drop comments and questions based on their experience of e-scooters across London. So in terms of our next steps, London is just trialling this shared mobility service and we're only 3 months into it. But as the trial expands its size and its geography, we're generating more data. And a successful trial would be one that promoted the highest standards of safety, achieved a consistent approach across London and avoided a patchwork that we got with e-bikes, provided data to understand how e-scooters might impact the achievements of the Mayor's transport strategy, as well as helping to inform the Department for Transport. And also a successful trial would provide a platform and evidence for TfL to request any citywide powers that might be needed in the future, and then as well to consider how this trial can support a sustainable alternative to private cars. So ultimately it is the Department for Transport and the national government that make any decision on e-scooters and their future legislation. But assuming that e-scooters are legalised, there are future questions and considerations that we need to consider, including those that this session is centred around. So how do we govern this technology going forward? How are we going to mainstream it and integrate it with the public transport network? And how do we ensure that it is beneficial to all Londoners? And that's me. Hopefully I've just done my 10 minutes as well.
Guillaume, you're on mute.
Huh? Yeah. No, I was saying just thanking. I was just thanking Vanessa for her presentation. Really interesting presentation on what is happening in London when it comes to the e-scooters trial. Let's move on to Bangalore and hear what Naxan Doke has to say about the mass metro system in the city and the effects on the mobility transition there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me for today's virtual conference. In fact, I joined late. About 2 days back only, I given my confirmation. Nevertheless, this is a great opportunity for me to share the experience of Bangalore with respect to the transport mobility. As you know, the Bangalore we call it the Silicon City of India, is the third largest city in India with respect to the wealth share and also about the revenue share in India. Bangalore got a population of 12.6 million. Next slide. Moment, just wait for a moment.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, wait for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, just wait. Bangalore, as you know, the third largest city in India and got a revenue share of 33% in Indian revenue generation. And also we call it a Silicon Valley of India, has got very important place in Indian economy. Bangalore is having population of 12.7 millions, and you can see from my slide the traffic who at Bangalore, and which was very important in the year 2006, where there was a thinking in the government that how to resolve these traffic problems in Bangalore. So I would say that as a whole, next step, as a whole, apart from the 77 million vehicle in Bangalore, about 70% of the vehicles are two-wheelers, that means motorbikes and scooters. About 30% vehicles are basically four-wheelers, and mostly these are office-going peoples. They travel a distance of 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers from one end to go to the offices, and that's why there was a need for comprehensive mobility plan for the Bangalore. As per the comprehensive mobility plan in Bangalore, we are moving ahead with electric mobility, though as on date, we have only 3% of electrical vehicles and about 7% of hybrid vehicles. But our plan at Bangalore by 2030-35 is about 60% combined together. With this, we hope that combined together with the Bangalore Metro transportation and the government transportation system that is called BMTC and other transport systems, the traffic problem in Bangalore is going to be eased out in coming 5 to 10 years. As a effective and transportation system and a sustainable transport system, in 2006-2005, Government of India and Government of Karnataka thought over the process, how to go about more green, more sustainable transportation systems. And that is why the Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation has come into picture. It was established as a joint venture of Government of Karnataka and Government of India. And today, we have about 58 kilometers of networks with standard gauge 15-ton rolling stock. Pre-COVID period, yes, we had a ridership of about 0.5 million per day. And we have the fleet of about 50 train sets, which are 6-car composition. And our system is 750 volt third rail system, which is a worldwide system, proven system. With this, we hope the neighborhood around will be very healthy, and people as a whole are now patronizing the metro. Though we had a setback during the COVID period, we had to stop the total operation for about 6 months. But now we are picking up the operations, and today 0.25 million per day, and we are going to pick up this very slowly. Next. There are important features like in our trains There are customer assistants at every stations for the wheelchair person, where all the facilities for passenger informations and all the facilities for the ladies passengers. And we can see that there is a lot of patronage from the ladies. About 20-25% lady commuters are traveling in the metros. To go forward, next, we are planning another 120 kilometers of metro in next 5 years. That means by 2025, next slide. By 2025, next slide, we'll be adding about, our metro network will be about 175 kilometers, covering most of the CBD areas and also connecting to the airport. Next slide. Next slide. And not only this, though the challenges during the constructions are many, but we have taken care of environment while doing the tree plantation, tree translocation. We have taken utmost care of the environment, and we could able to relocate about 40,000 trees, and they are now grown up during this period. As a whole, the journey, which is about 10 years for the Bangalore Metro, there has been a lot of improvement towards the reduction in the volume of the vehicles in the city. We could reduce about 2.5 lakhs vehicles in the city during this period. There is also a lot of reduction, lot of reduction in the personal road vehicles. Because what we find, all the office goers, which are the young generation today, they used to use their two-wheelers. Now there is a lot of reductions in the personal vehicles. Also, there has been a substantial decrease in the fuel consumption and reduction in the carbon emission. Next. There was a study recently conducted by Government of Karnataka, and on this both network, we call it east-west and north-south network, you can see there was a reduction to the extent of 13.3 in the air pollution level, and another line which is less populated, about 8.9% of the air pollution reduction. Also, there has been a contribution towards carbon emission due to the metro coming in Bangalore city. As a whole, when you started this journey in 2006, and after commissioning of the first line in 2010, there has been improvement in car kilometers from 2.63 to 20 kilometers. And there has been also a reduction in traction energy consumption. And also, you can see the ridership has grown up from 30,000 initially to about 0.048 million passengers per day. This was possible because of the technological improvement, deployment of modern technology in the system, be it for the service level, be it as a management level, or be it for the information purpose. Next. And we have deployed throughout the system a Nama Metro app, passenger surveillance system for information, better management, and better local information for the passengers. It is not only real-time information, but also one can plan his trip, one can plan his journey as at his will. And we can see from the result today that Metro has become a you can say, lifeline of Bangalorean. Next. To move forward, this year, next, we are launching about 90 buses as a feeder services to metro, and first fleet of 10 e-buses would be inducted in coming December 2021 and subsequently balanced by June 2022. So we are trying to not only integrate metro, but also trying to integrate other modes of transport with multi-modal integration at various locations. All the above, our new stations which are designed for the coming up lines are having the multimodal integration platforms available so that the commuter as a whole can use this metro from start to end of his workplace. That means connecting him from his home to the workplace. Apart from this, very important development is happening in India. That is implementation of one card, one nation. We call it MCMC card. We are going to launch in coming on this month itself, on the 21st of October. Because 21st of October, we will be completing 10 years of our metro operation of Bangalore Metro. Taking that as a milestone, we are launching this one card, one nation. And this importance of this one card, one nation is that it will be accepted on other modes of public transport in Bangalore. But that is not going to happen immediately, but it is going to happen in phases. That is another development what is going to have in the Bangalore. With this, I want to conclude and say that already beginning has happened, and as a responsible metro operator, our aim is to not to develop an ecosystem, but have a customer satisfaction. And I hope that with the last mile connectivity, what we are planning in future, definitely Bangalorean as a whole will be benefited and grow in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dob, and thank you for getting us back to public transport and reminding us that it needs to be, front and center of the urban ecological transition. I think that we've had 3 very interesting presentations with very relevant takeaways. We've heard the experiences from Paris and London, and that reminded us of the relevance of multi-level governments, right? And that if we are working to implement an urban green and digital transition, we cannot do it without negotiating and co-governing with the national governments. It also, I mean, these 3 presentations also make a very relevant point, which is the fact that we have now in the city private operators delivering something that actually could be seen as public services, right? And that brings us to 2 different issues. The first one is when it comes to companies that are digitally based, that are run through digital platforms, there is the issue of data sharing, right? And we've learned the issues that these may cause from Paris and from London, and also the issue of inclusion, right? That if these are private companies, and we need to take into account the costs of these services, and also the fact that if they are digitally run, then we need to think about digital inclusion as well. And then, of course, we have relevant issues that apply to all 3 cities, which is which are the issues about the territorial dimension, the geographic distribution of services, and the coexistence between different modalities of transport, right? And also with pedestrians. and there we also we have also seen the relevance of public mass transportation systems, and thanks to the experience that we have just heard from Bangalore, and the relevance that they have in terms of serving the whole city and all of its citizens. And then for what is one of the central pillars of these sessions, which is climate action, I take with me the carbon footprint measuring that Paris is implementing as part of its new regulation on sharing services, on sharing mobility services. Also, the electrification goals from the Bangalore strategy, with a 60% electric and hybrid vehicles by 2030. The greening strategy from the Metro Rail Corporation, and also the work that has been done in London in this context. So with that, I will now move to hear what our respondents have to say. We will hear first from Daniel Serra, Director of the South Hub of the European Institute for Innovation and Technology for Urban Mobility. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Hello, Guillem. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Okay.
Yes.
I think was 3 excellent examples. Okay, how cities are moving to, I think, to a new paradigm. And that's a new reality for cities. I think they will have new governance models. The digitalization is driving the change, and that's very important. But I want to remind that, as EIT, we see that there are, I think we have 3 radical transformations in front of us, okay? And that's not only for cities, but I think all the countries, that is, energy, digitalization, and the climate crisis. If we see the latest report, IPCC, we see the urgency that we have just to reverse some of the, in the case of mobility, the emission that we have in cities. And that means that first thing that I want to say is that urgency, that one of the things that I think all of us, I think when I say all of us, private and public sectors, they need to have on the mind. I just taking to this point. Recently, we have published an European study about artificial intelligence in mobility, and I want to highlight some of the points or some of the challenge that we see in this study, because we are already asked to many experts from city, from industry, about the challenge of artificial intelligence. That just to let you know that artificial intelligence is one of the breakthrough technologies that will transform everything, and mobility will be one of the fields. And in this case, these barriers that we identify. The first is the access to have good profiles in the organization that are able to program and to work with artificial intelligence. Okay, that means we are talking about to incorporate new talent in the organization. Okay, that's one of the barriers that I think all countries need to work on create talent specific for that. But in the specific of the mobility sector, for me, it's really important that the availability of data and the quality of the data are crucial for the development of mobility. That means that all the countries need to provide, access point to data coming from the public and private sector. Okay, we need to. In Europe, we have a very strong GDPR. That means that we are able not just to that this data we can save and part of and we can secure, but the availability of data will be really crucial on this transformation process. One of the things that we also seen in the perspective of some of the topics that you you have mentioned, especially when we are talking about mobility as a service, that is the highest level of digitalization in our mobility system, is that every city is developing their own mobility as a service. There's no common framework, okay, how we need to do it. That means that in the case of expanding services and to be able to operate in different cities with similar services, and also from the user perspective, what we've seen is that they are not common approach, okay? And this is where the private sector is moving faster. The private sector, you know, like companies, you know, like Uber, they are already developing one market solution. They have access to data. They are getting their own data, and they are developing algorithms based on the data, but they are somehow out of the system that we want to develop. That means that in this urgency that we identify, we need to go for a new framework where all the data will be available, will be safe, and the private and public sector need to talk and cooperate to bring all this data, okay? Because the future of mobility will come with this data. I think in Europe, we have some movement, you know, like, you know, this the development of the new cloud service that it will be Gaia X. That means that's just, I think Europe right now take again the leadership just to develop our own cloud service, and in the end, this will affect to all the countries to develop, you know, safest platform where companies will have this data, okay? But also, what is very important in all this framework is that we need to have a clear rules of the game, and this is regulation. The regulation give confidence to all these private organizations that we need to operate the new mobility services. We see now in many cities that e-scooters, e-motorcycles, car sharing, also flexible bus systems are not operated by public companies, are operated by private companies and managed by the public sector. And in this case, the rules, the framework should facilitate, from one side, good services to the citizen. On the other hand, these companies should be able to run good business model and successful business model. That means that the regulation that should be provided in this case should be innovative, prepared for these new services, that completely different from the one that we had in the past, should be able to combine different mobility services, also to interact, but also to the private sector. They should give confidence that they can operate in a successful business model, okay? And I go to my last point, because yeah, I think it's the governance, and I think this is very important, okay? We need to explore new ways of governance in cities. Traditionally, most of this transformation has been driven by the public sector, okay? Right now, we are going to a new, you know, this new paradigm of the mobility, where maybe we need to explore other ways to governance this mobility. I think we have seen that there are approach already on this sense, how to explore new regulation, how to explore new governance. I mean, there are countries that are doing really good sandboxes to experiment fast. And that's really good. I think we need to do it. We need to increase the number of sandbox. Also from our vision, and basically because we are a community of public, private, academy, industry, innovation, and cities, we think that the stakeholder relation, the stakeholder cooperation is really important on this process of transformation, okay? And that means that at the end, okay, more or less, I think we know the path that we need to follow. Okay, we have this urgency already, but I think it's a great opportunity. At least in Europe, that's our perspective. we have the recovery funds and the new Horizon Europe program that will support and is highly oriented to this transformation. That means that we have a great opportunity to transform our cities, in more livable urban spaces. And that's all, Guillem, from my side.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll guess then after Thomas and Marusha, we have time to let the city officers respond to some of the comments that you and others may have made. So now let's move on to Thomas Deleuson from the Director for Mobility at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Yes, and good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much, Guillem, for having the World Business Council contributing to this very interesting exchange. Indeed, we have heard from leading cities in the world when it comes to micromobility or other solutions in the transition to sustainable mobility. I am really pleased to contribute and to share the perspective of the World Business Council when it comes to sustainable mobility, and in particular, data sharing, which is core to the agenda of work that our members, namely the CEOs of the most forward-thinking companies that are addressing the topic of sustainability have been shaping with us. And we've heard essentially a couple of examples on micromobility, on the integration of public transit, which are core to this transition that is going to be taking all our attention and effort in the coming decade. When it comes to digitalization and data sharing, we believe that next to electrification, this is the most untapped potential when it comes to improving the efficiency of mobility systems in general, especially in urban environment, so that we can decarbonize, but also improve access of population and people while maintaining a level of equality in something that is in a transition that is going to be very deep and therefore requiring a lot of attention to not leaving anyone behind. With that said, we have worked deeply over the last 3 years on the topic of data sharing and digitalization of mobility, with the ambition to essentially allow for data sharing to become the main the main building block of this need for efficiency that I just mentioned. And we came up with a couple of key recommendations and topics that I would like to offer here to the panel and to the people from the cities to perhaps exchange more on just after. But at first, and I think it's really something that we could grasp through the presentations, data sharing really doesn't make sense if there is not a shared vision. It needs to be put at the service of a common ambition that is rooted in the local context, but serves the political ambition and the technology deployment of sustainable mobility. And so it is essential to have this vision and to embrace a collaborative approach. This collaborative approach will enable data sharing only if we look at data collection, for example, with a very purpose-oriented specification. This means to only collect the data that is required to support a use case, whether it is the activation of micromobility, the enablement of mobility as a service. But looking at goods, transportation in cities, there are equal challenges and opportunities in improving the efficiency of goods mobility system. And minimizing data requirement is really a fundamental action that is at the core of the collaborative approach that is required. And that is, by the way, an important mean to create the trust that I think Daniel has mentioned before. The other key principle that I would like to offer is to make sure that all the stakeholders that are embracing data sharing in this common vision and the collaboration that it implies are committing to shared value, committing to share data so that they create value not only for the companies, but most importantly, for the people, the social value and the environmental value that data sharing can actually create. It was extremely interesting to hear the example from Paris and the CO2 measurement that goes with it, but equally the example that Vanessa has shared related to the enablement of the micromobility with the absolute requirement to make sure that people who do not have a phone can access the service. So committing to shared value within the ecosystem is absolutely fundamental. Then we get into the more nitty-gritty element of data sharing, which is creating capacity. This has been the main blocker or the main factor that is really hindering the deployment of data sharing models across the globe. Creating capacity, which currently, let's face it, is very much sitting in the private sector. But this capacity has to be enabled across sectors and also in the enablement of these governances or models that will enable data sharing. And this is also something that needs to be embraced at local level from a skill deployment and education perspective. But building the capacity is probably the third and most important principle that I would like to propose. The next item is really to start with impact. You know, we want to prove very quickly that data sharing makes a lot of sense. And that's today one of the gaps that we are facing when we talk to cities. It's very often, it's not immediately perceivable what is the value of data sharing. It's not economical. I mean, I would know, or everyone would know, if micromobility services would be a gold mine, or mobility as a service would have proven its business viability. I think the value of data sharing needs to be embraced again on this topic, on this concept of shared value that is social, environmental, and economical. So start with impact, find a use case that is really going to make a difference, and then engage in outlining the key principles of collaboration, the governance, the skill development, and the capacity before trying to harmonize. It was extremely interesting to see that in the three presentations, we have actually heard city operators or the people working on the micromobility or the public transit talking about the harmonization with the national level of regulation. This is absolutely essential, but perhaps shouldn't come as a first challenge or barrier to go over, simply because you will want to have the tools to convince the national level to establish the framework for each city to operate. The next item is really around creating trust. We've heard it from Danielle, but that is about creating trust frameworks, or at least we look at it as frameworks at WBCSD, because it's about creating the contracts, creating the legal framework, but also establishing the auditing and the control mechanisms that will guarantee how is the data collected, respecting privacy, in an ethical manner, how is data aggregated, and how is data used within the governance of data sharing. And creating control and auditing mechanisms for how the data is aggregated and operated and used is going to be essential to guarantee trust within the data sharing model, but also with the public, which, by the way, very quickly or very soon, hopefully, will be named the owner of their data. And so it is absolutely essential that this trust is created. I think it will call for institutional revisions. It will call for policy innovation, but this is going to be one of the key challenges. And finally, and very simply, focus on creating governances and enabling the data sharing, including creating the capacity with an adaptive and flexible approach. What you do today will anyway have to change in the next years, because data sharing by essence is going to drive the creation of shared value and the related innovation that's come with it. So make sure that there is, in the policy making that is going to govern the exchange of data, in the policies that are going to establish the requirements for the private sector to aggregate or provide the data, that there is a level of flexibility. I mean, the sentence that I always remember is as open as possible and as closed as necessary is the principle that I offer, so that authorities that are essentially governing data and data sharing are applying in the collection and aggregation of data. So these are some of the recommendations that I would like to propose to discuss about, to hear also the perspectives from the city operators that have been talking already today. And with that, I look forward to the exchange.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm also really curious to hear what our city representative have to say. Let's go now to Marusha, and then let's open the discussion. The floor is yours, Marusha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, and above all, thanks to CIDOB. I think that once again you're nailing it. You're bringing us together to have a conversation that is connecting different nexuses. You're well known for that, but congratulations in any case. And thanks so very much to you, Guillaume, to Vanessa, to Natalia, to Mr. Docker, to Daniel, to Thomas. It's lovely to see you again, Thomas. It's a great conversation, and I think that you're going to see a lot of potential repetition and overlap in what I wanted to share with you. There's three main findings that come to my mind as I listen closely to the local government experiences that have been shared here. The first finding is that certainly private sector driven innovation is central to the revolution towards sustainable low carbon transport. The second one is that the integration, the multimodal mobility is still a goal, and it's still outstanding in many aspects. And the third one is that clearly we need new ways to evaluate the contribution of new mobility modes to a longer term vision for sustainable low carbon transport. If I take the first one, the one about the private sector driven innovation being central to this revolution, I think that at the end, what all this is showing us is that the revolution is all about giving people access to different mobility options, trying to make sure that that access is less dependent on the private car, is shifting to less carbon intensive modes, and is really helping us improve and optimize mobility services as a whole, and of course fuel efficiency, and of course vehicles, and so on and so forth. I think that we've also seen, thanks to the different examples, that the private sector that drives and is central to this revolution comes in different sizes. We shouldn't forget paratransit and informal services, for instance, in the global south, where sometimes it's, in many occasions, is actually the bulk of the access to mobility. I think at the end of the day, what we are seeing here is that key for cities to be able to strike this difficult balance between regulating and not stifling private sector innovation is going to be, as Vanessa was saying, seeing how this private sector driven innovation can contribute to public policy goals. And as Thomas was saying, to a wider vision that I think if we want to think about policy frameworks, we can think about the national urban mobility plans or the sustainable urban mobility plans, that they allow to have a structured dialogue across different stakeholders, establish if you want, a governance, a model, and set this medium to long-term vision for a wider system of sustainable low carbon transport mobility. And I think that we have also seen that in this complex quest for this balance between regulating and not really putting a brake on private sector-driven innovation, we have seen that certainly regulation can give a horizon of legal certainty and legal security. I think that we have also learned, because Vanessa was very good at showing us what are the next steps and what are the open questions. Regulation is always going to go behind society and behind social innovation and behind private sector innovation. So trust, I'm also going to mention that word, between the regulator, between the authorities, the governmental authorities, between the private operators is going to be key. And probably it's also about accepting experimentation and flexibility as a must in this process of regulating, isn't it? And a thought that comes to my mind is that certain regulation can therefore be an incentive. I think that Daniel shared that with us. But what else is it that we can do and local governments can do to support the sustainability of the business models of these micro mobility options that are so essential to actually offering low carbon mobility options to everybody? To my second message, this message about the integration of multimodal mobility being a goal, but still being an outstanding, if you want, matter for many of us. I think some key words: back to basics, planning. Second word, intermodality. Third word, governance. Fourth word, capacity building. In terms of back to basics, I think we need to mix different types of planners: spatial planners, transport planners, energy planners. I think that Bangalore was phenomenal at showing us that public transport is still the backbone of any equitable mobility system. That means transit-oriented development. That means also proximity-based approaches, isn't it? Like the 15-minute city that Paris is so well known for, or like tactical like urbanism. We also saw parking regulations being so essential here in the micromobility. But I think that we also need to bear in mind that, let me give you a figure that comes from the latest edition of the Global Status Report on Transport and Climate Change that we produce in SLOCAT. In 2020, around 25% of all motorized two-wheelers in the world were electric. So, I mean, it's this electrified micromobility that is changing the shape of mobility in cities, and also energy. So what about the land use codes and the building codes to ensure that this infrastructure for this type of micro e-mobility is there and is not distorted, isn't it, and not creating inequalities? When it comes to intermodality, and if we want to talk digital, single ticketing, it's still an outstanding matter, and it's still extremely difficult. It implies a requirement for collaboration across different jurisdictions, different levels of government, and PPPs, really, public and private partnerships. And it also implies fair pricing schemes, but I know that that is another conversation, making sure that the different prices are really incorporating the impact that the different modes have got overall in society in terms of climate and so on and so forth. My second last word was about governance, and clearly here is we need agreements with data holders, and this is going to be very much private sector. This access to data in real time is essential to transport demand management and to optimizing services, as Thomas was saying. And at the end, this is about accessibility. This is about a better user experience, as Bangalore was showing us, and it's about reducing emissions from the transport sector overall. I cannot forget about this phenomenal example of a Chinese information technology giant that has entered into an agreement with the biggest Chinese cities, that means a lot of population, as we know, and provides the local authority with real-time data of how are people, citizens, hiring different scooters, shared bikes, and so on and so forth. And because of the geolocalization, how they are moving towards public transit nodes, and therefore allowing the public transit authority to adjust frequencies in real time. So you optimize services, and you also reduce costs of running empty trains, empty metros at times when people are not necessarily going to go to your public transit station. And then, of course, capacity building was mentioned. We are not going to manage to get to that integrated intermodal digital mobility if we don't really increase the capacity of local governments to deal with this digitalization. And I cannot really stop without a few thoughts, a few reflections of what I heard about this need for new approaches to evaluate the contribution to transport as a whole, transport accessibility, and the long-term vision for decarbonizing it, that these new modes and this digitalization is bringing us. Vanessa, I was really fascinated by all the parameters that you are putting in place in London towards digital equities and making sure that that doesn't fall through the cracks. I think that tells us as well that we need data to show the savings across different public policies. This nexus between transport, air quality, climate, energy, and how micromobility contributes to saving, for instance, the amount of people that need public health care because they are falling ill. At the end, is healthier, low carbon mobility systems, and less dependency on the private car. I think that also fascinating to see Bangalore telling us how they are measuring ridership, isn't it? I think that we need to start measuring better the impact of ride-hailing and micromobility services on rates of private motorization, which we know is a perverse trend that we are still inheriting from the 20th century. And because micromobility is electrified, what about introducing standards for renewables in that electrified mode, isn't it? To really compound this twin revolution of electrified mobility and renewables penetration in a sector in which only 4% of the energy used is from renewables. It's heavily dependent on fossil fuels. at a rate of 96%, the transport sector. And then because the digital micromobility is part of the wider circular and digital economy, I think it would be great if we would be able to start measuring how digital micromobility contributes to local economy, to job creation, and of course to emissions reductions. So really thought-provoking, really fascinating. Looking forward to the exchanges now, and really sending a lot of energy to our 3 cities who are certainly at the forefront of this really difficult revolution and trying to regulate, learning on the go. So thank you very much for your examples. Back to you, Guillaume.
Thank you, Marusha, for your inspiring words as always. So let's go back to the discussion. I wanted to pick up on a couple of issues that have been mentioned by our respondents and see what our city officers think about them. First, I wanted to go back to the governance discussion on the need for clear regulation and also on the need for business models that actually work. I wanted to hear from cities what these business models that actually work mean, and how do they combine with the sustainability and inclusion of goals. And then also when it comes to data sharing, we have in this seminar we have a specific session on data in this afternoon. So if you want to continue in this discussion, that will be the appropriate space. But we had Thomas talking about minimizing data requirements. How do they link with privacy, and how do they link with the trust environment that we are aiming for, not only to think about also business to government data sharing agreements, and how do we contribute to this trust environment, and then also something that Marusha just mentioned, and which is really important, electrification. How to make sure that we actually decarbonize not only our cities but also our transport systems, and this doesn't mean externalizing carbon emissions outside the city, but actually decarbonizing the whole process. So I don't know if any of you from London, Paris, Bangalore, do you want to respond to any of this?
Yeah, I want to respond. Okay.
Yes, let's go.
Very nice to hear Mrs. Mauricia. In fact, I just want to add and inform that Government of India recently declared this metro policy 2017, and it is mandated that we should have a regulation as far as the state government is concerned for any metro to be constructed. They have mandated that we should have a common mobility plan for the city, whether it be the Bangalore, Mumbai, or any city. There should be a common mobility plan, and also there should be a transit-oriented plan. So on these two plans, we are working. As far as the Bangalore city is concerned, we had a larger participation from the citizens on the comments what we made the common mobility plan, and I think that common mobility plan will come as a legislation very soon. Similarly, this transit orientation plan also is going to be a regulation very soon in the city. So I really appreciate that unless there are firm regulation for the cities, the micro level transit cannot happen. That is my view.
Thank you. Vanessa from London, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your comments. That was really interesting. I kind of had a few reflections on them, and hopefully they answer your questions as well, Guillaume. I suppose firstly is on the kind of data collection point, and particularly getting disaggregated data that provides evidence of how people use the transport network. I mean, particularly in London, we don't really have data on how women, for example, use it or feel safe moving through the city at night, and that's particularly an issue here at the moment. And then data, whether people who are using particular types of micromobility spend more on the high street providing that kind of data to incentivize other people that this is the sort of thing that they should be kind of promoting on their high streets or in their areas. And then obviously that does have to be transparent, and people need to know that their data is safe and is not going to be sold off to these companies in a way that isn't protected. And we still in the UK still have GDPR at the moment, which is good, but yeah, that kind of is a key factor. And then the second point I was going to respond to was the governance point and the kind of regulation point, because I think regulation from a city authority or the national government does provide certainty for private companies that are coming into the city, so that they know that they aren't going to be usurped by a bigger company that's got more money and will just put their bikes or scooters in next to them. So it does provide them with the kind of confidence that they will commit some capital to the city, but it also allows us to, as the city authority, to provide policy objectives and to ensure that the way that the micromobility is deployed in the city does meet wider aims. And then I suppose a related point to that is how we can link the private sector run micromobility into our public transport system, which you noted is the backbone of the city's transport, and integrating that, even if it's not in ticketing, but integrating it in terms of accessibility is key, so that more people can access the public run facilities, if not the micromobility services that will perhaps still be run by private sector organisations. That's probably all I had I've sort of lost my train of thought, but I'm sure as other people comment, I'll have other things to pick back up on.
Thank you, Vanessa. I don't know if Natalia from Paris is still with us.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what I could add is to maybe to clarify the position, because in fact in Paris, the city of Paris, we are not really competent on organizing mobility. So it's at a regional level. So it's indeed some other, I mean, the region that has a more overall vision of how organizing and integrating transport, like in developing mass and well, this kind of subject. However, the city, I mean, what is regarding micromobility and shared offers, it's true that it's inside Paris that most of these fleets develop first. So the city has to take the lead in how to organize public space. And for example, the data that we started collecting since 2 years now, I mean, it enabled to control, because to control the number of fleets. And we know, for example, today we have some indicators that operators would share with us. For example, for e-scooters, as the city did a tender to select 3 operators. So on this basis, we can ask more information that just a simple regulation allows a city to do. So, for example, for the e-scooters, we get like on month basis some information regarding the parkings, the well done parking of the e-scooters in the specific spots that were created for parking. We have 2,500 spots that were created especially for e-scooter parking, and so that e-scooter providers must make sure, well, they must yes, make sure that users would definitely end their trip there. And besides, regarding well, number of trips and who are the users, for the moment we don't have information unless we do some surveys. So these are things like with a more objective way that we can do. Today the city is working as well to change their format that we have been using to collecting data, because from now on we were using a special format which was developed in-house by the city, which was a CView. But today we're looking forward to get a more general format in order to collect data, and it's the GBFS, which is the European GBFS MFS and the MDS as well, so that we can get also information regarding trips. And well, so it's definitely an ongoing procedure and activities, so to get more information.
Thank you, Natalia. Any reaction? Otherwise, I will just go, Daniel.
I want to, yeah, I want to comment about especially what Paris and and London explain about the data. That's I see. We see that the always when you request data, you need to know the first thing is why you will use this data. Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, when you are working with data analytics, that means that some municipalities sometimes they have been collecting data, they have been producing data, sometimes with a specific use. Okay, and this is where I connect to, for example, we in the last year in the urban mobility, we have supported, I think, over 80 startups in the mobility sector. And I mean, at least 20% of these are startups that are managing that. They are organizations, startups that basically what they have is a high level of expertise. They are collecting data from private public sector, from the city, also, and they try to give information from the private sector and also to the public sector. Okay, I think in France we are collaborating and we have some successful use cases with companies like Vianova or Urban Radar. Okay, and that means that municipalities need to open the ecosystem, and just to explore, this open ecosystem that basically startups are doing. They cannot develop their own solutions. The solution is already on the market. They can test very fast. They can also give feedback to the companies if the data is the right. Okay, and obviously GDPR is a must. Okay, that the public administration should ensure. But I think also the other thing that coming for the side of where are the dimension that we need to focus the mobility. And I think in Paris they already mentioned that the problem of the city is not the city, it's the city and the metropolitan, in some cases the region, and that means that the governance should be expanded to, especially for mobility, to a broader dimension. We are cooperating with many cities, but what we see, this our perspective, is that the metropolitan areas, when you are in a country and they are more or less divided in metropolitan areas, they are really more ready to drive this change because they are the ones that have the problem. They need to increase the number of sharing modes, and they need to provide new facilities to the system. I think they have the bus operators, metro operators, and that means that the government also need to move more from the city center to the metropolitan areas in terms of mobility.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, go for it, Thomas.
Well, actually, I was giving way to Marusha.
Oh, Marusha. Sorry.
As a sign, as a physical sign of please, Marusha.
I think you read my mind, Thomas, because I was just about. Must be because we share panels far too often, Thanks for that. I mean, I don't know what to add, but to some extent, what we've just heard from the three cities, and Daniel, you've summarized it so nicely. Unfortunately, we hear it so often. You see what I mean? Because we are hearing again metropolitan scale at minimum. We are hearing again the lack of competence, the lack of jurisdiction on a certain aspect, but the pressure from citizens to see solutions. I mean, Paris not having the jurisdiction to regulate certain things or to plan, on certain aspects, but then of course facing the consequences of all that. What I think the reflection from Mr. Docker, it's national frameworks are important. Your intervention was very much about what is the national government doing right now? What is the framework, the policy framework? What is the legislation? So cities cannot be left alone without jurisdiction and without a national framework that enables and that looks at the problem. Of course, every city is going to be different, but we know that in a given country, certain urban nodes or metropolitan nodes are facing rather similar constraints, isn't it? And that national vision, I think, will be very important. Very interesting, this notion of an open ecosystem, Daniel, that you were talking about. I wonder, again, what would be the perfect formula for that open ecosystem to mentality to operate in PPPs, because it's not easy. We know it. Oftentimes, you're talking about this example I gave about a Chinese IT giant is really a Chinese IT giant. Imagine that landing in a secondary city in Africa, which couldn't be so foolish, bearing in mind the Chinese presence, isn't it, in the African continent. So how do you expect the local government officials of a secondary city in Africa to be technically equipped to enter a PPP agreement with a giant IT company, isn't it? So how do you make sure that that open ecosystem goes with hand-in-hand capacity? And data property, Thomas, you were very incisive about it. Who is owning that data? What is the transparency about that data? You've just mentioned GDPR, Daniel. I wonder, how do we extrapolate GDPR to other geographies, isn't it? Where there are no integration processes such as the European Union, and again, is that left to the national government? Is that left to PPPs, to every PPP? How do we export good examples, but at the same time being very conscious of the different realities, isn't it, of the different geographies and the different continents? So I don't think I've added a lot. I think reworded what Daniel was already presented, but thanks to May in any case.
Let me try to complement that, Marusha. I think if I listen to what the city's representatives are saying, and also what you said, it sounds as if really the first and foremost challenge is an institutional governance innovation challenge. And with that, the creation of the capacity, not just in terms of regulation power, but also in actually understanding what is data sharing. I think it seems to me that this could be really a place where we could create a collaborative effort with cities that are really keen on leading the way, so that this is basically shaped, that we create a canvas that can be replicated in Africa, but that can also be tested against the super advanced solutions of China or Japan. So that is really one thing. The other thing is in terms of authority and the role of cities. While mobility as a service, micromobility, connected logistics are going to be requiring national level regulation to create those frameworks that are going to enable to protect privacy, that are going to allow for clear understanding of the ownership and the portability of data. The cities are those who are managing the space. The cities are somehow super physically exposed to what is the enabler of digital mobility solutions, which are physical infrastructure. And that gives them this prime role. So indeed, we are a little bit into a chicken and an egg, but my view is, cities should just take the lead and influence at national level about the requirements they need to make it happen. And when I say cities, it can be metropolitan jurisdictions. The last bit, which I think is really also important, is the idea of never entering into any sort of digital mobility services implementation without at first making sure that you have set with it the required measurement framework. Again, if you want to go to the national level and argue around the requirement for legislation, the first question is, why would we want to do this? What is it actually providing? Is it creating social value? Is it creating environmental value? So the existence of a measurement framework around any sort of steps that any public authority would take around digital mobility services is, to me, the first and foremost step.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm afraid we don't have time for more interventions, but I'm actually very pleased on how, building on the discussion around mobility, we've touched upon the biggest challenges of our times, actually: decarbonization, the governance of the data economy, the role of cities in that governance, innovation, inclusion, even public policy implementation, measuring change. So I think that mobility encapsulates many of the challenges that our cities face. So thank you all to our panelists, to our respondents, for this interesting session and this discussion. Hannah maybe can explain what follows next after this session in the context of the seminar. And yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A very quick note from my side to everyone that's watching. Again, thanks to the panelists. This was a really great discussion. Next, we will have a session on the circular economy that starts at 1 p.m. Central European time, and we have representatives from Tallinn and Sao Paulo speaking, and then reactions from representatives from C40, the OECD, and the Danish Business Authority. And this afternoon, we will have the closing session on how urban data centers and urban data platforms for the green can enable the green transition. And I hope to see you there. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, Guillem. We didn't thank you. Thanks for the
Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Kieran Bertel. I'm the climate attaché at the British Embassy here in Spain. And I'll be moderating the third session today in these Bridging the Green and Digital Agendas in Cities workshops, where we've been working closely with the cities of Barcelona and Glasgow, and of course the experts here at CIDOB. So as we head towards COP26 and we think of the kind of core goal of the Paris Agreement of limiting global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees, there are various initiatives that seek to make more progress in this area, in these kind of high-emitting sectors of transport, energy, industry, and agriculture. And we're also working on the important issue of protecting forests and nature, which continue to be under threat from our ever-growing demand for natural resources, including many of the raw materials that are the building blocks of the digital transformation of our societies. And the circular economy, the subject of today's roundtable, has a really important role to play across all of these areas, in both reducing emissions and protecting nature. And we've made progress. The OECD calculates, and we'll hear from the OECD later, that we've improved resource productivity by 40% over the last 20 years, and we continue to improve. But they also say that the current rate of change and the improvements in this is simply not enough to compensate and offset the expected increase in materials use around the world in the future. The results will be more greenhouse gas emissions, more damage to ecosystems, and ultimately weaker, more vulnerable economies and societies. So this session today explores how we can scale up circular economies in cities and how we can go beyond the traditional municipal focus on waste or recycling, which is still important, but are really only part of the picture. We're also going to look at how the digital technologies and the greater availability of data can help make our economies more circular. And many cities are already promoting the transition towards a more sustainable digital economy by applying circular principles to address the major issue of short product lifespans and increasing demand for resources. So we're going to see two case studies, and our representative from the city of Sao Paulo is having trouble connecting, so we hope he can connect throughout the course of the roundtable today. We're going to see two case studies and then we'll have some experts in the field from C40 and from the OECD to join us to kind of debate and discuss some of the ideas that come from those examples and other ideas about how we can make our economies more circular. So the people joining us today, we'll hear from Ado Almans. He's the head of Smart City Projects Competence Center in Tallinn City Council. We'll also hear from Francisco Jose Mauro de Castro. He's a special advisor for sustainability at Sao Paulo City Council. And then later to discuss those cases, we'll hear from Elizabeth Kelly, who's a senior program manager for the Thriving Cities Initiative. That's part of C40. And Oriana Romana, who's the head of the unit, the Water Governance and Circular Economy at the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Cities and Regions at the OECD, as well as Marcus Gere. I hope I pronounced that right, Marcus, Special Advisor for the Circular Innovation City Challenge at the Danish Business Authority. So let's kick things off with Tallinn. Ado Almans is joining us from the city. He's going to walk us through the case study of what Tallinn has been doing to make the city there more circular. Thanks, Ado.
Right, thank you. And I tried to share my screen. Just one moment, please. So, I think that there is one place I can show as a presentation, not as the slides.
So if you click on enlarging the screen,
yes, yes,
then it should work. It's little icon. Yeah, great.
No, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for this opportunity to speak at such a representative forum and to introduce the ideas of the city of Tallinn in connection with the transition to circular economy and the implementation of innovative ideas. This is especially important for us in the context that Tallinn will become the European Green Capital in 2023. My name is Aadu Altmets. I'm a head of Smart City Projects Competence Center in Tallinn, and our competences in digital and circular issues are divided between three different units of city departments. One is circular economy department. The other is digital services department, and the third and connecting these both is my own unit, the competence center. Okay. And I have three topics today. Maybe at first, some minutes about the situation of circular economy in Tallinn in policy view. Then some examples about data and data projects supporting green transitions and circular economy, and then some examples about projects promoting and motivating transitions to circular economy, and these are such projects which are concentrated on habits of citizens in Tallinn. And first, I have one slide about one of our very fresh document. This is a document called CIDOB, or Tallinn Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan until year 2030. Maybe some words about the system and documents in Tallinn. At the end of last year, the Tallinn development strategy, Tallinn 1233, was approved, and it focuses on the topics of a human-friendly urban space and sustainable economy, including also circular economy as one of the key and cross-cutting theme of sustainable development. The other central thematic strategy is this same CIDOB plan, and which is based on the Covenant of Mayors and the other agreements concluded on it. And also very important is that at the beginning of this year, Tallinn has joined the OECD program, the Circular Economy in Cities and Regions. And we hope that our circular economy roadmap will be ready in the beginning of 2023. At this stage, Tallinn is only at the beginning of concrete steps in the transition to a circular economy, but now we can be proud of the fact that the system of separate waste collection, as well as a system of recovery, is operational also in Tallinn. And both these systems in close cooperation between the city, the companies in Tallinn, and also the citizens in Tallinn. But as I understand, the most important and most interesting part of my presentation is concerned to certain projects. So on this slide, I have described the position of our center as promoter of smart city projects. These are pilot and demonstration projects which are implemented in close cooperation with Estonian and Finnish partners, Estonian and Finnish cities, universities, and also high-tech companies. One of the most important partners of us is Tallinn Technology University's Smart City Center of Excellence, and also the technology incubators such as Mectory, Technopol, and Ülemiste City. These are incubators of startup companies, high-tech startup companies in Tallinn. Now, on this slide, here's one of the most important data projects in Tallinn. And this part of my presentations is about data and data projects supporting green governments and circular economy. And as I said, the city dashboard is maybe the most important data project in Tallinn, which, in addition to supporting management decisions and presenting data to city residents, is also aimed at monitoring environmental data and monitoring and reporting on the situation of the circular economy and in city. This is the prototype of the urban dashboard, which integrates monitoring possibilities of strategic objectives and operational management. Dashboard enables city government and leadership to make data-driven strategic divisions, such sectoral key indicators are combined with long-term strategy and operational activities. City officials are provided services with more thought efficient and smoothly such data and base for their decisions. Today, the input and need for data-driven tools to provide better governmental services are quite low concerning city officials. And also city residents can participate and share their opinions with officials and city leaders. Now, one part of the project includes an inventory of carbon dioxide emissions in Tallinn. We are currently sharing this data for a 2-year period, but dashboard makes it possible to gradually obtain an up-to-date overview of fuel and electricity consumption in Tallinn and corresponding progress in carbon emissions. So every day, the mayor of Tallinn can see how much carbon dioxide has pushed on the air today and what's the aim for the next day and what he or she can do to reduce this. The next development for this module in city dashboard includes, I hope it will include the circular economy. In addition to the energy cost model, the materials cost and use model will be integrated into the dashboard system. This model for monitoring the turnover of materials and the behavior of people and companies in the use and recycling of materials is planned to be developed in the near future in the next projects, as the structural funds will open next year, and we hope there will be some horizon or other interregional programs. We can do this module in a city dashboard system. I don't know, maybe 2023 or 4. So it would be very interesting opportunity or challenge for Tallinn digital and circular people. City dashboard is the most important. The other example about data projects is a project called DigiAudit. This is implementation of the real-time building performance audit. This is a project which tackles the problems with energy performance and consumption, also with indoor climate of buildings, of schools, of kindergartens, very important in COVID context too. In total, there are 45 buildings which will be connected to the AOT platform, Internet of Things platform. So partners of Tallinn are TalTech University in Tallinn, also some municipalities in Estonia, and hopefully in Finland too. The aim is of course energy saving and indoor climate improvement. This is also one decision-making tool for city leaders, and on the standpoint of circular economy issues. Maybe it's not so directly connected to the circular economy, but saving resources and improving management decisions is also important in our green and circular context. Now I have here some examples of the other Tallinn green projects which are not so directly concerned to circular economy, but I will show only for 1 minute these projects, like planning project Green Twins, which for green infrastructure planning and also involvement people in planning processes. When conceptual system for transport management, this is self-driving buses, connecting self-driving buses, public transportation, and e-scooters for one ticketing system. So they want to, if you want to reach one from your home directly, for example, to the Tallinn harbor. The other green projects, but in third part, I want to mention one quite new project which we call Green Card 2.0, which is next to the existing Green Card 1 project. Principally, Green Card is Tallinn travel card where you can load your money for public transportation, bicycles and scooters, and so on and so on. Now, Green Card 2 is development of this card system. Principally, it's a social card which aim is to promote and motivate a sustainable way of life, and And the idea of this social card is to introduce rewards for educating and following environmentally friendly lifestyles. The idea of the card is that we have quite a lot of places in which we can validate these cards in use, mostly in public transportations. But from a standpoint of circular economy, we have such plan that people in circular houses or centers for reuse, they can also validate their presence in these centers, and so they can collect points on their green cards from using this system of reuse centers or a system of recycling centers. So firstly, collect points or credits on green card, then they can use services of Tallinn city, maybe museums or transportations, or in cooperation with enterprises in maybe pubs, shops, and so on and so on. It's quite new projects, and now I think it's on the base of idea. But we hope that this is one most important promoting system and motivation for people to use all possibilities consisting in circular economy infrastructure that we will develop in Tallinn next years. So, thanks. This was my presentation.
Fantastic, Ado. That was really interesting, and it's really good to see in Tallinn the kind of the focus also on adaptation in the city that you're taking there, kind of a holistic approach there with that, and also great to see the international collaboration and links that you've developed with Helsinki and Finland across those different projects. It's quite impressive the kind of the approach you're taking there with data, to really kind of to realize the potential of that in different areas in your plans to expand that. We're going to pass now to the kind of first reactions from our panelists. Oriana, we start with you. I wonder if you had any comments on the presentation that Ado just gave us.
Well, thank you very much first for the opportunity, and also for having given the floor to Ado from Tallinn, which I salute, and it's a pleasure to share this panel with you. The OECD program on the circular economy in cities and regions has been working with several cities, including Tallinn, of course, and Glasgow. And what I can say in relation to, as a first reaction in terms of following this presentation, is that the situation in which Tallinn is the situation in which the majority of cities we have been working with are. And to be more precise, there is an increasing attention towards the circular economy, having to understand what the circular economy implies, what are the activities that have to be carried out by local government, national government, and a wide range of stakeholders, taking into account that the circular economy is a shared responsibility. It's not only something that it is related to the governmental action. So this kind of situation in which there is a very much the willingness, the political willingness also to explore what the circular economy implies, is it's widespread across several cities. So in the report that we published in 2020 is on the circular economy in cities and regions, and we worked with more than 50 cities all around the OECD area. What we found out is that 57% of those are actually newcomers of the circular economy. So it is very much an exploratory issue that cities are trying to investigate. And what Ado just showed is that it's not about necessarily reinventing the wheel, but making sure that the circular economy is a means to an end. So the end is changing the economic system in a more holistic way. The end is getting towards carbon neutrality. The end is creating jobs and business opportunities. So how the circular economy as an umbrella concept can be actually developed and implemented in cities is something that is very much ongoing. Each city is developing different pathways in these terms, because of course it is an economic system that is very much related to eco, social, and environmental characteristics of each city. So it's very place-based, and that's why this program at the OECD works with cities and local government. But again, it's not something that cities can do all alone. There is a regulation to take into account that may be only adaptable at national level. There is the issue of funding. There is the issue of capacity building. So it's very much about the coordination across levels of government that can also help accelerate this transition. And I think I stop here for now because it's just a first reaction, but I'm looking very much forward to the discussion.
Many thanks, Ariana. Really interesting. But I think Marcus from the Danish Business Authority. I wonder if you could give us your first reactions to Ado's presentation.
Yeah, of course. And thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for a very interesting presentation. I work in the Danish Business Authority on green transition, and we have a special focus on how data can enable the transition. And we are very much aware of that cities plays an important role in the transition. And we think that data is a key if we want this up in scale. And if we find the right solutions using data, it's very much scalable and replicable. So it's an area that we are very interested in, and that's why we earlier this year launched a challenge on what are the solutions out there using data as an enabler for creating a circular city. And the examples that we just heard from Tallinn is I found very interesting. It's so nice to see that you actually have implemented and have started to do pilots within this field. I think there's so much to learn when we share these examples. And that's also why we did this challenge, and we did the challenge with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and 5 great cities: Copenhagen, Glasgow, Amsterdam, Toronto, and New York, and asked out globally, how can data play a role to accelerate the circular transition in cities? How can we get shops and small local businesses to drive the transition? And how can we empower the citizens to take part in the circular transition? And I think the examples we just saw was exactly that. When we ask out with the challenge, most part of the solutions, and we gathered 137 solutions from all over the world, and 70% of these solutions were actually how do we engage citizens in and the last example you gave on rewarding lifestyles, we saw several proposals on how can we use apps and digital solutions to reward circular behavior and make it fun to be part of a circular transition for the citizens. And that's something we like to look more into. There was a great tendency in proposal solutions within how reusable food or reusable packaging for takeaway could be tracked and traced and take back. And we also saw some solutions target the city administrations as the city dashboard also had as an option. How can the city do a better planning with using data? You're showing a card. I can't see what's on it, but
I have no slide, but this is Tallinn Green Card.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. The learning from this challenge is that there's a lot of innovation buzzing out there that could be very interesting for cities to look more into. There are great opportunities. There are great opportunities in engaging with the ecosystems in cities, providing data and take up some of these solutions. I can maybe give some more examples later, but I think it's very useful to see concrete examples on how you have implemented this in Tallinn.
Great, thanks, Marcus. And for our final panelists, I think it's quite interesting, Elizabeth, obviously through the Thriving Cities initiative as well, working a lot around participation and empowering, as Marcus was talking. I wonder your first impressions on that, and perhaps if you'd like to tell us a bit about the Thriving Cities initiative as well.
I'm muted, sorry about that. Well, just wanted to say thank you so much for organizing this. Thanks for Hannah and Karen for moderating, and it's been fantastic to hear from Ado and also from my fellow panelists and their reflections. So yes, I'm Elizabeth Kelly and I'm from C40, and I manage it's a pilot project in our innovation team called the Thriving Cities Initiative. And so I'll give a little bit about that and then how that relates to some reflections. So this pilot project is focused on the next, frontier that we've got on climate change, which is tackling consumption-based emissions, which relates to what we're talking about here with digitalization and technology. Because obviously you can reduce consumption by using this technology, but then you can also think about how some of our digital consumption is actually going to be contributing to some of our consumption issues. So as I say, this is a pilot. What we're trying to do is work with cities to take them through a process to put, it's really about the goal. What is the goal for the city? And it's what we're describing it is thriving. So what we want for cities, what they want is the ultimate goal is that they have people who can live a good life within planetary boundaries. And so it's making sure no one's left behind, it's tackling equity issues, but it's making sure that the community comes together to co-create a vision of where we can go, given the challenges that we've got. And a lot of those challenges are driven by some harmful consumption. And that's what we really have to work together and tackle. And so and some of that will be around mindset shift within the community. And so one thought that I did want to ask about with Tallinn is how the community is involved in sort of helping to create the vision for moving towards a circular economy and then implementing these digital solutions, and how technology can actually be used to do deep listening exercises in some ways, that you can actually listen more to the community, hear what they have to say, and make sure that the solution that's being created for them, all for good reasons it seems, but that they feel that they're part of it. They want to put that smart meter in their house, and they see how that will actually make their life better, and actually tackle some of the issues that are really resonating with them, whether it's, they're really worried about what's happening to their children at school or their health issues. So I also really, what I did hear from what Otto was talking about is that there was participation in creating this circular strategy. And then the other thing I was very interested in as well is the indicators he talked about, or sort of having a sort of monitor of how things are going. And I think that I'd be interested to hear about how the community is perhaps being brought in to help create, well, what do these indicators resonate with them? Will they see that this is bringing Tallinn in the direction that they want to go? And I did quite a short explanation of what this pilot is, and I'm happy to go through in more detail about how we're doing it, some of the policy co-creation work we'll be doing, and narrative talking about these issues in a way that resonates with people. So I'll leave it there for now, and I'm happy to talk a bit more about any of those things I've raised. But just to salute Ado for all the work that you are doing and delivering this on the ground, because that's how we learn. As I say, the project I'm doing is a pilot, and so you need to actually test and see what works so that it can be replicable elsewhere. So well done with all that you're doing.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Perhaps, Ado, perhaps we start. If you had any kind of responses to what some of the panelists had made there. Perhaps the last question in Tallinn: how have people responded to these various projects that you've explained to us earlier? Has there been have a lot of engagement from the community on those yet?
I think that the interesting for people was quite high. We have used now the traditional methods for involvement people, such meetings. I think that during past 2 or 3 years, there have been tens of meetings with people from different areas of Tallinn on thematics of strategy Tallinn 2035. But now our plan or our direction is in involvement people with digital ways, such as planning apps and involvement apps to the planning processes. Also, some involvement apps for, and also in this city dashboard applications for getting people's meanings and their standpoints for some topics of strategies. So directions is co-creation, and we cannot do nothing without agreement from people from different areas from Tallinn. This is because IT is so wide, so wide that all know everything about Tallinn, and there is no possibility to do anything so secretly from people. So as there have been tens of meetings with people, we will proceed with procedures, but the direction is digital involvement of people and everyday involvement in processes.
Thanks, Ado. Before and just to update, unfortunately, our representative from Sao Paulo won't be able to join because of the technical issues, so he won't be joining the meeting today. But if before we kind of open the floor to the audience, who I know have some questions to ask about panelists, I wonder if any of the panelists had any more comments or questions for Ado. Right. Well, let's open the floor then. So we have a question from the audience for Marcus, and the question is if you could talk a bit more about the innovative and challenging projects that tried to use data for enabling the circular transition that you've come across already in your work.
Yeah, thank you. So what we did when we launched this innovation challenge is asking for close to market prototypes. so that it would be solutions for the city to actually implement right away. Of course, this is where the hard work sets in when looking at a solution for a city, because then they need to see how they can align with the infrastructure and the policy setting for that city. But it was not, we were not asking for just ideas, but for prototype solutions. And there was a lot of solutions within how can we engage citizens in the city. So there were different proposals for setting up digital platforms, giving awareness and showing access to circular products in the city, locally produced products. There was different apps to reward, as I mentioned, circular behavior. One of the winners of the challenge was actually a Spanish solution where you could, with an app and a digital platform, launch small-scale challenges for the citizens to focus on one area of the city where you can engage the citizens to do something concrete about it. And it was a solution with great interest of the city, because the cities are doing so much to do something about their transition, but sometimes the problem is to engage the citizens. So that was an interesting tool for that. Sharing platforms, smart bin solutions was other examples on engaging citizens. But then on the internal side, so to speak, backstage within the city administrations, there were different tools to managing assets better, to do better logistics, to monitor their transition. We had 5 winners. Another winner was using artificial intelligence and an advanced analytical tool to set up targets and monitor the city's public procurement. So they could set up a strategy and targets, and then use this tool to do. There was also solutions within construction. Another winner from Germany was setting up a platform to align future demand and supply of reusable building materials. So there were a great variety actually of how data and digital solution could be applied in this field.
Great, thanks, Marcus. I have another question for Elizabeth about the challenges that C40 have faced in its efforts to implement Kate Raworth's donut theory at the city level, especially kind of thinking about how that worked in the Thriving Cities pilots.
Excellent. Yes, that's a great question. So yeah, so this pilot that I'm working on, and the first iteration before COVID, we had 3 pilots in Portland, Philadelphia, and Amsterdam, who took this model, which is which is what we're using the same language, which is what you have to focus on. What's your vision and objective? We need to redefine that goal and put thriving at the center. And what's really useful and what the cities really benefited from was having the 4 frames and looking at the local ecological, local social impacts. Cities are quite good at that, but then it's thinking about how the city's behavior actually impacts planetary boundaries and sort of global environmental and ecological impacts and global social impacts. So what is it that we're doing in the city that's actually exacerbating problems across the world? And so what was the cities found really, really powerful on that is in this frame to be able to say, okay, we can recognize. It was quite confronting seeing like, wow, we didn't realize we're having these impacts, but what's driving that? And a big piece of that is consumption. And so I wouldn't say, so what I would say is that actually people are really rolling with the donut model. Now, with thriving, you don't have to use the donut model because it really doesn't resonate with some cities. And this city, C40 is a city-driven organization, but what we are talking about is our new models. So for instance, Amsterdam is going great guns with circular route map, which it's its own circular strategy, which I kind of skimmed over and seeing this, the circular economy is a model that, you know, cities could choose to build on as part of this Thriving Cities initiative, and looking at how can you scale up the share repair economy. So it's basic. They are kind of they're supporting each other, and so definitely circular principles are part of that, and that can really resonate with cities. But again, cities might say, yes, we want to do this, but how? How do we actually move things? How do we get people to think that a reused item is as good, clean, safe as something else? And, you know, in the work that OECD has done, they've sort of talked about many different, you know, governance and labeling initiatives that could really help that. And that could be a piece of it. And so, sorry, this is what happens with my trains of thought. So I had the question around, so how is C40 this challenge? So I think, you know, nothing is easy, and that's why it's the frontier. That's why this is in the innovation director, and we're trying to work out how to do it. But there are many cities that are taking this approach and other new economic models and trying things out, and that's what we want to foster through our New Economies and Innovation Forum, where people are sharing ideas about what works. And so then to the final piece I want to say about this is that this next phase, so COVID interrupted everything, right? So we weren't able to finish the first phase, but each city that participated, well, Amsterdam is doing amazing things with its circular economy plans. Philadelphia is really focusing more on their waste streams. They've had different challenges there, but they're building on what they started. And Portland, Oregon is a champion on tackling consumption-based emissions, and are likely to join this next phase and putting Thriving at the heart of their economic recovery. But what I'd say is that what cities need is they need concrete examples of what needs to change. And so that's what we're planning to do with this pilot in the policy co-creation process, working with partners who've actually taken some of the donut and new economic, you know, well-being economy concepts and made them concrete at various government levels. What are the policies? Some of them are quite radical, and if you say them, people say, oh, I'm not going to do that. But that's part of the mindset shift we have to do. So this next phase will take the pilot cities with their local change makers through a policy co-creation process that is joined up with a mindset shift campaign. And that's because it does come down to behavior change, but it's not the individual, sorry about that little ding. It's not about the individual, it's about making the system so that the default is the sustainable choice. Because actually an earlier, someone said in the first presentation this morning about now we're all willing to pay £1,000 for an iPhone. Should we do that? Like, is that helping our society? So it's really redefining, like, well, what do we want? Do we want actually to have more time so we can volunteer at our local community center and help our elders, you know, or help with, you know, childcare, or work on a community farm? But that's where it has to come. And that's why cities are amazing at the community level and make the solution that works at their level. So yes, there have been challenges, but that's what, you know, making big changes about. So we're looking forward to it. And we'd love to keep the conversation going. And if anyone is interested in learning more, please reach out. I'm sure you can have our email addresses, ekelly@c40.org. And we'd love to hear your ideas, because this is going to take all of us together to tackle this challenge.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And if I can, a follow-up question just on what you're talking about these mindset changes. I mean, your experience working with different cities, and obviously different cities, different cultures, different economic structures. Are there any kind of commonalities between them about making that mindset change? Are there kind of barriers to really kind of making that move, or getting cities to be able to work with citizens to make that move? Have you found in your experience?
Well, there definitely are, you know, local contexts, but we are all humans. And so we all have, you know, there's lots of studies about human behavior and how we can, you know, take advantage of certain aspects of human behavior and leverage that. I mean, I think the key thing is people don't like things imposed on them. So that's where people have got to make sure that they've been brought along the journey, that they feel like, yes, this is a solution I want to work towards. And you're not going to get everyone, but if you can get a critical mass of people who are like, yes, that's where I want to go. And so my real worry is my kid being healthy. But actually, if you can make the connection to, well, actually, by doing this set of things, this is actually tackling that issue, and it's also hitting our environmental challenges. I mean, there are challenges at city levels about resource, time, but I do think that's where we have to take stock and bring this back to some of the digital questions. It's that I think sometimes when you talk to digital pioneers, and I used to work with Transport for London, and everyone's all about apps, and this will solve this and that'll solve that. They have such great power to really help us, but also let's not make that the goal. Or you think about, Uber originally was like a sustainable transport solution. You could ride share, and then, but I have to say, in the congestion charge in the congestion zone in London, it's just full of cars driving around looking for a lift. That's not actually achieving what we want. It was a great idea, but it needs regulation. It needs an objective. I mean, I don't know what the mayor thinks, but that's what I would say, a regulatory framework, and that's within an objective for the city. So I went a little bit beyond mindset shift, but going back to that, it is about people feeling part of creating the solution. And there's a lot of energy that people do want to do that, and it's harnessing that. And I'm hoping that in these pilot cities, we'll be able to show some models, because there's a lot of great work all across the world about different examples of participatory processes that work in various areas. And we want to build on that knowledge and test and learn.
Great. Thanks, Elizabeth. A quick question for you, Oriana. As the OECD worked with cities in the Global South on circular economy solutions, and what can those experience and those insights bring to the table?
Thank you for the question. So this is something that we're still exploring. Actually, let's say that what we found out so far, especially in the study I mentioned, that recollect experiences from more than 50 cities all around the world, is that there is a difference in the level of advancement towards the understanding of circular economy, development of circular economy strategies, and implementation of circular economy strategies. So these different levels of advancement are basically especially characterized by the understanding of circular economy mainly as a synonym for recycling, which actually is not exactly what the circular economy is supposed to be. So there is now an increasing focus on the upstream activities related to the circular economy, meaning, for example, those that are aiming at reducing the production of waste as a primary objectives, increasing the life of product and goods, changing the way cities can actually provide services, and for example, from ownership to service-based business models, but also sharing, so something that is related to the collaborative and the sharing economies. So there are several opportunities that are now taking place in cities, and that of course have a lot to do with digitalization. And on this point, perhaps there are two things that are important to highlight in terms of data and results of our survey. The first is that digitalization represents, well, it's used as an enabler of the circular economy for 52% of cities that we interviewed, and this is a good data because it shows how important is digitalization and digital technologies for resource efficiency and as well as waste management, if you want to connect the circular economy to waste management more prominently. And for example, this can be done through sensors, but also through marketplace of, like in the case of Austin in the US, basically there is a marketplace of secondary material which actually can develop a market that is very much in development, because the problem is that how to put in the market secondary material based product when there is no market for them. So this can actually help going first beyond the conception of the circular economy as a synonym of recycling, but also to enhance and strengthen collaboration between public and private entities. Of course, the technology plays an enormous role in this, in terms of geolocalization technologies. I mentioned sensor, Elizabeth was mentioning apps and stuff like that. Also blockchain. Blockchain is also a promising technology for sharing data at a large scale, and also municipalities are looking into blockchain, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. But there are also some backdraws from the use of these technologies in terms of, first of all, access. I mean, it's not that all cities and citizens have access to these technologies and digitalization. Second, there is a huge and massive upfront capital investment for cities when they want to invest in these technologies. And Ado mentioned, for example, all the projects that they have on transport. Well, this is super ambitious, and of course it will require capital investment at the beginning. And then there is this rebound effect whereby we are moving towards a little bit more of digital choices, including, for example, now with the pandemic, there has been an increase of e-commerce, but how much circular, or rather how much linear, is still this kind of choice. So there are things that, of course, can help, and including piloting, experimentation, which is very much taken into account when it comes to circular economy in cities. But again, there are also, let's say, some obstacles or things to take into account, like access, cost, and rebound effect when it comes to applying digitalization to a circular economy approach.
Thanks, Oriana. Really interesting. I think it's a really interesting point you make too about how e-commerce and its effects on, especially I guess the transport sector as well. No, about how much carbon in this sense is actually embedded in every product when we take into account how that's actually delivered to people, and especially when they're perhaps buying to try something on and only keeping a small fraction of what they're actually having delivered to their house and returning at home. No, things like that across the whole economy, and the challenges that digital opportunities can also create at the same time. No, got a few more questions. These are for all the panelists. About kind of regulation and also about public-private partnership. I mean, what I guess first, and it's an open question, is what public-private partnerships are needed to promote this mindset shift among citizens, and perhaps for the panelists to thinking as well about how other cities are engaging with other levels of government in trying to harmonize governance approaches and effectively regulation to help realize this end goal, this end vision that we were talking about earlier. Marcus, if I can start with you, perhaps.
Yeah, I think for the whole circular agenda, public-private partnerships is key. We need to think out of the silos. In cities, they need to collaborate across divisions and engage with the ecosystem in public-private partnerships, because this is these circular solutions are challenging how we have designed our society today. And a lot of regulation is also designed with another mindset in mind, and we need to challenge the regulation in that way. Even our statistics is set up in sectors, but it doesn't make sense when if we're using that framework to look at how can we scale up the circular economy. We need to look across sectors. We need to find out where is the value created and how can we make the value distribute across the value chain. That should be kind of the focus if we want these circular solutions to happen. And one of the questions was this. From a company point of view, there's a lot of value to be attained if we get the data following the products. A lot of work is going on that field. How can we get data on material content, on CO2 emissions, on the design of the products to follow the products, so that it will inform also how we can close the loop and get more value from the materials in the product. And we see that as data traveling one way, but then there's the use phase also. How can we take data back on how data is used in order to design better products? And we are looking into these two directions of how to share data in value chain, which we find very important in this field. And we need partnerships to make that happen. We need partnerships to share data. And you can share data one-to-one, but there's a lot of potential in actually sharing data across the value chain. And we need to look into how we can get access to these data, so data is not trapped in silos. So that's one way we like to look more into to this field. And we also need this city and government partnership. This challenge is a city government partnership, and now the cities are exploring how to engage with the winners of this challenge, and there's a lot of challenges in that work. And here we as authority can help facilitate a space for the cities to share experiences, but concretely we can also go in and look at what are the challenges for the city when they want to handle their waste in a better way. And there are some different regulations hindering actually for the city to do something about it. So that's another field where we can do a valuable partnership.
Great, thanks, Marcus. Oriana, Elizabeth, did you have anything to add to Marcus?
Well, I think that public-private partnership and in general, the fact that the circular economy, as I said at the beginning, is a shared responsibility is very much key to make it work. This is about transition, which implies sometimes a drastic change and collaboration by different stakeholders, so whether they are public or private. But I think that this is clear for all the cities we have been working with, as there are many ways to make this partnership stronger. For example, through funds, and this is something that cities are implementing. For example, in Spain, we had the city of Valladolid basically organizing a call for project and grants to SMEs, startups, so for project on the circular economy that of course would have also benefit in terms of jobs. There are many initiatives in terms of capacity building. For example, all the work that Glasgow, the Chamber of Commerce are doing for again SMEs and companies for doing that. And there is also another action, which is quite widespread, which is providing to startup companies and SMEs also spaces for experimentation. This is, for example, the case of Amsterdam. So all these initiatives not only create a fertile environment for collaboration, but they also foster innovation towards circular economy solutions.
Great, thanks, Oriana. And I think perhaps on the question of regulation, Ado, obviously you're working in a city. You're dealing with the kind of the challenges of working within competencies and looking beyond what needs to be done. I wonder if you could comment on what has to happen at a higher regulation level to help you in your job of realizing that vision of making a city more circular.
Sorry, maybe I didn't understand correctly about regulations.
Yes, so how can national governments or regional governments, if it's the case, help cities like yours in realizing your strategies or your kind of objectives around circular economies or digital economies?
Mm-hmm. This is quite good question, because we have a very close cooperation with central government, but not in such legislatory level, but in a very practical level of cooperation with investments and work with structural fund investments in Estonia and in city and in city economy and real economy. And I think that the key here is the cooperation and information which is flowing between government, local, between state, local governments, maybe NGOs, and also companies. But for the previous question, only one comment. We and later on with these regulations, one comment. We have no Tallinn choice in our mobility issues. The theme is the MaaS. This is mobility as a service. We have two choices. One choice is to have a service provider which will give a MaaS as a service, and this is free for him. Let's do and provider is free, and let's do what he wants. But the other possibility is that Tallinn will enable or make the services together with service providers. This is a kind of public and private partnership. We have thought that there are pluses and minuses for both possibilities. Until now, Tallinn, I think, almost all time has preferred first possibility, that entrepreneurship is free and they can do what they want. Now, we don't know. This is better because, as we know, that the current moment, the free market has maybe not too much motivators for enabling such new systems. Maybe cost-benefit balance for the services is at this moment not so good for entrepreneurs. So I think that for initial period we have to establish some connections for elaborating first the services in mobility, MaaS, and circular economy is also one area where I see that this connection is needed. So, and answering again the other question, cooperation is the key, and I'm not sure that the government can do more than now.
Okay, thanks, Ado. A final question, I think, for all panelists, and feel free to jump in, anybody, is how can we move beyond traditional circular economy approaches limited to waste management and recycling? And as a follow-up to that, how can data help in realizing this more holistic approach to what the circular economy is?
So I can go first. What I think it is important, and we repeatedly highlight this message within our studies, is that governance is key. So even if you have technology and access to technology, and actually this is what happens when it comes to sustainable waste management or sustainable transport or other let's say green related policies, which are of course important for the circular economy, but they are part of it. Sometimes we tend to make green and policies and circular and sustainable all the same things, but actually there is a difference. But what I want to say that technology is there and can be more or less accessible. But when we ask to cities, what is the obstacle to make sure that this circular economy can actually happen as a transition from a linear system, technology is not an obstacle. The obstacle is the governance. So meaning regulation, financing, support to business, capacity building, proper engagement of stakeholder, data collection and management, and I can go on with the list. So in order to overcome these, what we suggest to cities and regions moving towards this is to do three things. To promote the circular economy, and this means having a clear understanding of who does what, a clear understanding on the vision, so through a strategy, but also a definition of a cultural change. So this is to promote. We tend to say also to cities to facilitate collaboration with the private sector, with the university, facilitate coordination across levels of government, because they cannot act alone. And the third is enabling the transition. As I said, this cannot happen if you don't have the right regulation, the right financing, the right capacities in place. So promote, facilitate, and enabler are the three key dimension of these many governance aspects that could be taken into account if really cities and regions are moving towards the transition.
Thanks, Oriana. Did anybody else want to jump in as well? Elizabeth?
I'll just quickly jump in to say, Oriana, what a fantastic sort of recap of what's necessary. I do think that is really, really critical. And I would say it goes to move beyond just one sector. It's to look at the objective. What is your vision? What's your goal? Where do you want to go? And as Oriana is saying, is that mindset shift, getting people thinking about those circular principles and sort of everything they're looking at. And I think that I mean, it has to be focused. It has to be encouraged from the leadership as well, that is what they want to drive. And so I think that if you are thinking about that wider goal, you can expand this to other places. And I do think it's continuing to show that it works. Let's get everyone to know about Tallinn, and let's, when Glasgow, and I think Joe Brady might have joined the call, they're doing amazing things. Let's show what's happening on the ground. And OECD is doing a great job of spreading the word about all the cities they're working with, and we just have to keep showing that that's possible. Yes, there are individual circumstances in different cities, but we can really learn from each other. And then also to the point about what can cities do about influencing other levels of governance. And part of this action pathway with this thriving Cities program, part of it will be things that cities can't do, and that will be part of their role as lobbying to say, we could make this transition. We represent, by 2050, 68% of the population. If, nations, you would do X, Y, Z, we'll be able to unlock this. So I think cities also have a real lobbying potential, even if it's, beyond their individual power to implement particular policies. So thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Marcus?
Yeah, I totally agree what has been said from the panelists here, and you were asking how can data enable the circular business models besides recycling and waste handling, and I think that's what data exactly can. The circular business models on as a service and sharing is in many ways driven by data. And I think that's the innovation potential we need to explore more. How can we collect these data and how can we use it to design better products? And it's a new field of innovation. And I think at least from my side as a government, we have a great role to create more awareness of this field.
Thanks, Marcus. And Ado, I wonder if you had any final comments.
A little comment in addition, and of course I'm agreed. But I think that the most important is people's initiative. They are smart and they have to see good examples, good business opportunities, good benchmarks, and opportunities from the side of state and self-governments, and then they will do themselves all what's for them good.
Great, thanks, Adam. So I mean, before we finish up today, was one final question of all the panelists, and that's Glasgow's in 3 weeks' time. We have world leaders, negotiators, all meeting there for COP26. I wonder if you had any kind of messages for the people meeting there of how you see the kind of what we should be prioritizing there from your perspective. Elizabeth.
Sorry, I muted myself. Wow. Okay. So yeah, if I could go and present to all the negotiators there. Well, I suppose, be bold. And what did Greta say? Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I mean, I know people on the ground in the cities, you're actually doing things. And I think that's as well, that's why, the negotiations, I'm hopeful for them, but they do have to be bold. We can't wait any longer. And actually, you've got the people behind you. People want to see this change. So lead, and so that people from the ground can do what they want to do, but also to realize that there's so much going on, through other levels of government and through broader community change makers who we just need to work and leverage that change. And so yes, so we've got let's implement 1.5 degrees, no going back on that. And if I could put a little pitch to say, yes, don't forget about consumption-based emissions too. We've got to reduce harmful consumption. So that would be my pitch. I'll work on making it a little bit pithier.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Ado, how about you? Or Marcus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great, brilliant. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a big question, but I think one of the key elements will be to talk about CO2 emissions, and now we're talking about data. How can we document that the CO2 reductions in the things we do? What we can measure, we can do something about. I think that's an important field to address for everybody.
Thanks, Marcus. And Oriana.
I would say that to give the same attention that has been given, and perhaps never enough, to energy efficiency, to material efficiency. Because if we look at how much we can save in terms of greenhouse gases emission from an efficient management of steel, plastic, cement, food, there are projections that argue that there will be saved more than 10 billion tons of greenhouse gases emission from now to 2050. So we have to make sure that this material efficiency is taking place, especially in cities where basically people live and will be living in the future, where the cement will be still used to construct houses. So food, where it's 80% consumed in cities. So cities have an enormous role to play. Let's look at the material efficiency. Let's look at the role of cities, and let's make this happen.
Thanks, Ariana. And finally, Ado.
Maybe only one thought more. I think that the transitions to the circular economy is very simple. When we are talking about consumptions, the consumptions will be different compared to nowadays. But when we will talk about less consuming, then it will be very difficult.
Thank you. I think it's a very good point. One of the big challenges. So to kind of sum up of today's debate, first of all, I want to thank all of the speakers, and particularly Ado for your presentation at the beginning, which I think was a really good basis for the discussions that we've had over the last hour and a half. So thank you for that. But thank you for all of the speakers. I think a few things have really stood out to me from the conversation today. I think there's 4 of them. One, I think this was really clear in the presentation from Talon, the potential and the importance of harnessing data and making that data as responsive as possible. 2, I think we've heard a lot about how important it is for participation, both for citizens and for business, and for really empowering people in those processes if we're going to bring about that mind shift that everyone agreed was needed. 3, the importance of governance and around regulation and getting those parts right. Oriane mentioned that the technology, in many cases, we already have it. It's about making sure that the governance is in place, the capacity in there to really channel that technology to where it needs to go. And 4th, the big question was about the vision, about making sure this is about having the vision about where you want to end up, and the circular economy being the means to get there. And I think if I can add a 5th, perhaps, from Elizabeth's call for COP26, it's about being bold. And I think being bold in all the action that we take across here. So again, I want to thank all of the speakers for people who have tuned in to listen to this really interesting and stimulating debate. And we will join you again this afternoon for our final session on digital. So thanks very much, and we'll see you then.
Federica, do you want to go ahead?
Good afternoon and welcome. I welcome everybody to this session on urban data centers and urban data platforms for the green transition, which is also the last session of the two-day event on bridging the green and digital agenda in cities. I'm Federica Bordelot. I'm policy advisor on digital transformation and smart cities with Eurocities, and I'm your moderator today. So before starting, maybe just a few housekeeping issues for those who just connected, just to please mute your microphone during the session, but also do please write your comments or questions if you have in the chat. I will be happy then to pose your questions to the panelists during the discussion time. The session is in English, but we have simultaneous Spanish translation and vice versa. So and then it is also streamed live on CIDOB YouTube channel, and it is recorded. So just few information for you to know. But let's go back actually to the topic of this session. So urban data platforms and urban data centers, how do they actually contribute to the green transition of our cities? We all know that the data centers and data platforms are imperative for a smart city vision. So we do know in general how strategic they are for the development and growth of our cities. But what actually are the concrete opportunities that they can offer for accelerating and monitoring climate mitigation and adaptation measures? And therefore, what are, in a way, also the best practices in our cities, but also the challenges that they are encountering? Eurocities, just to give you a few examples of our work, we work with our over 200 member cities all over Europe to share and foster smart city good practices. In the context of a project which is called the Sharing Cities Lighthouse Project, I can give you the example of a city, Lisbon, which made a greater use of its data platforms, allowing different service providers using different interfaces to access information from a range of sources, and they put it together to develop what is called the Lisbon Digital Social Market, which is basically an app designed to promote sustainable behaviors among citizens. And this app takes data about energy use from all kinds of sources, anonymize and combine it, and lets individual users see what is relevant to them. So this is just one good example, but there are other services from this from Lisbon, such as the city sustainable energy planning system that processes energy information and correlates it with other data to offer a single and integrated energy portal. And this is used also for KPIs calculation and can visualize data according to the city's needs. Milan is another city, another example, has deployed a sustainable energy management system that again was developed in the context of this project, of the Sharing City project, which is coordinated by, which the communication was coordinated by Eurocities. And this was a common solution used across the 3 lighthouse cities, and has developed the system in a district called Porta Romana, to increase consumption of local PV generated power, reduce grid consumption, and shift peak electricity demand. The system automates and optimizes renewable energy consumption for public and also for private buildings. And it also reduces energy costs, increases local consumption of renewable electricity, and reduce emissions. So these are, of course, great and positive examples by our cities, but I have to admit that working with cities, I also see that local governments face a number of challenges when implementing data platforms. We recently had the Eurocities Knowledge Society annual event, which was hosted virtually by Rennes Métropole, and it was centered on the Rennes urban data interface called Rudy. Is a project as well, but is a platform that facilitated data sharing among different partners and citizens, allowing citizens to take back control over their data. Through a number of knowledge sharing sessions and workshops that we organized, we learned that that there are great ambitions, behind this platform, but also discuss a number of challenges, such as how to support, to guide, or to incentivize actually local actors to design new green services and application using the platform, how to put citizens at the core of data platforms. So many different aspects, I think, to tackle also today in our discussion, probably later. So I stop here. This was just to give a bit of a hint, if you like. But I would like actually now to give the floor to our keynote speakers to listen from them, from their experiences and challenges. So I start with Jiří Hoskovič, Chief of Staff to the Mayor of Prague. So who will give some experiences on how to use data for the green transition. Jiří, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure of having the floor and be able to speak here. Actually, as you mentioned, the data platform, just behind me, you can see the mascot of Prague data platform. It's a golem from old Jewish legend when the Rabbi Lev, some 500 years ago, created this protector of the Jewish city of Prague. And when the Prague Jewish ghetto was in danger, this golem behind me stood up and protected the city. And actually, the protector of city turned out to be useful from the dangers of modern age as well, from the danger of pandemics and from the dangers of environmental issues and the danger of not keeping up with the green transition. Let me just take a very short detour 1.5 years ago, because the fact that the city needs to be governed based on the data turned out to be crucial, and it allowed us to attract huge attention and public trust to the data platform, and it's something which will turn out to be very usable when it comes to the green transition. Maybe I'll just show some examples from the presentation. I'll just super quickly share it, hopefully. And so as it turned out, I don't know the exact situation in other countries, but when the pandemic came, the situation in Czechia was rather chaotic. And Prague was a lighthouse in regard of giving reliable information, of being able to handle the pandemics. In comparison to other governmental bodies, we managed to maintain the amount of trust from the population, which turned out to be crucial in the moments when the pandemics turned from health issue to more like an information issue or post-information issue and part of a disinformation process. So this is just very known example of...
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you please put it full screen, please, so we have a better view?
Let me just stop sharing and sharing from presentation mode. Sorry about that. It seems that our protector is not protecting us from technical issues as it should be. Let me do it now. Is it better? Oh, no, sorry.
I think is the one on the right, down on the right.
Sorry about the case. Is it better at least a bit?
I don't. I don't know. I just, I think so. It's fine. Yes, thanks.
Okay, let's stick with the fine then.
Fine.
It's better than nothing. So how did we manage to maintain through the crisis, and how it's relevant to the green transition? The main advantage was to actually have the platform. Luckily, the city of Prague built it before the crisis, so we were able to connect and collect the data from the surrounding and from all the bodies that were handling the crisis, and for the possible information we are trying to get it to one place, which was necessary for the crisis management from which was done from the city position. And it was also necessary for handling the testing, vaccination, health capacities, distribution of oxygen supplies. But this amount of information having on one place and being able to use them for proper decision and proper data-based governance of the city is only one part of solution. The maybe more important part of it was to not only have a nice business intelligence platform which is very useful for a mayor and for the crisis management and for the staff of the city, but to also create a public use case, the use case for the Prague public, to be something that they would get their hands on, that will give people reliable information, and something they'll actually turn out to be to need to get the best out of the city during the pandemics. This may be looking very odd and dull and bizarre-ish, but actually this was a pandemic breakthrough issue here in Prague, because from the governmental perspective, there was absolutely no information regarding the sampling points and capacity of testing. So during the first 2 waves of pandemics, people were unable to get their tests on time, to know where to actually go to. And through our data platform, we managed to, this small insight, these blue dots is the city of Prague, the white dots are the Prague outskirts. But this was the first and only platform, and to this date still the only one, that allowed people to actually see the capacities of the testing, to get people to the sampling points as soon as possible, and not waste the precious time during handling pandemics. At one point, it was the most visited website, like from the entire crisis management in Prague, and it all runs on our poor, reliable golem. The other outcome of it, as you can see, this is also waiting hours, not for sampling, but for the vaccination during the first half of this year. So in March, April 2021. As you can see, we are, thanks to the distribution of the people, you can see the average waiting hours, we are able to surpass the amount of hours you had to wait in order to get your vaccine. So we are able to move the crowds to the less populated vaccination centers, and to attract more people to vaccinations if you don't have to wait such a long time. So these 2 applications of it were not just the proper business intelligence, data-driven decision-making process, but was actually something that came super handy and was very, very much visited by the inhabitants of Prague and of the entire Czechia as well. So thanks to that, we are able to distribute more vaccines and more quickly. But how is this experience relevant to the green agenda? Well, the main issue is that it was not only the health data that we are collecting and presenting to public, and public learned how to get this information and use them for their better well-being in the city. It's not only pandemic, it's not only health data, it's also data regarding every aspect of life. So from pandemics to housing, to mobility, to energy consumption, to pretty much anything. So thanks to the good use case, we can actually see the results. If you can see, well, there is 14 this region of Czechia, but the bold one, the greenish bold one, is Prague, which, despite being the metropolis with the biggest concentration of the people, most inhabited, with the most amount of interaction, it came through the pandemics with pretty much, well, not great results, but better results than many other regions in the country, thanks to the fact that people have better access to the sampling points, better access to vaccination, and they are quickly informed and they are able to get the treatment and the means necessary to suppress the pandemics. But as I mentioned before, it's not only the health. It's not only the health, the data we were collecting throughout the pandemics, and that helped us to govern the city from the economic, energetic, and green perspective, were used in pretty much every other department. Here you can, for example, see from our data platform the peaks of the short-term Airbnb houses turned out to be long-term leases, which is a crucial problem for the city of Prague, Lisbon, Barcelona, and I can imagine pretty much any beautiful city in the world. So the red peak is the amount of flats in the center of Prague being rented for long terms instead of Airbnbs. So you can see that at the beginning of the pandemics and with every other becoming stronger wave, the Airbnb, more and more apartments move from Airbnb business to long-term business. So it was something that actually very much influenced people in order to moving into the center, moving to the short distances to actually long-termly rent an apartment and stop the Airbnb business from over-polluting the very center. And yet another important information we get from this data platform in the pandemics is the issue of mobility, of how people use public transport and the cycling instead of cars. Of course, you can see the huge drops during the biggest waves when people were scared to use public transport or reduce the mobility at all. But we are also being able to see a very quick bounce back after the pandemics, and it helped us to not only return to the pre-pandemic state of the modal split of the transport, but to actually promote it afterwards, because after the tabula rasa of post-pandemic lockdown, there was an opportunity to bring a new behavior pattern into the society. And let me just get to the point which I just need to remember. Yeah, so apart from the mobility, the most important issue, as was mentioned before, is to get a proper use case and be able to do something that people will actually look at, learn, and use in their daily decision. So apart from the pandemics, the energy consumption and the energy usage of like public building and also of anonymized buildings which are privately owned can be seen on a monthly basis, where you can also track your behavior and you can see the pattern in order to feel some more responsibility in something which is usually taken as some anonymous city behavior. So this allowed us to people to not see the city climate as something general and abstract, but to give you very concrete, very specific touch of how it actually looks like, and how much energy your own building consumes. And this is something we are trying through our Pragozor data platform, which is the same column behind me, but this is like the user-friendliest interface of it that actually allows Prague people, and they use it to see the daily outcomes, not only of energy consumption, but for example, for air pollution. It's not very visible, sorry about it, but air pollution on a specific moment, on the specific points, or water consumption over the month, which is something that really helps you in order not to feel it as something anonymous, like there is NOx in the air, there is some water flowing, like there's some energy used for heating, but something you can actually see on every public building level or on the department level. So it helps, and since people start using it, and it has a very user-friendly interaction, and also it helps you to save some money if you don't use that much of a water, you can really make this very important movement of moving something from the abstract field of something untouchable, like the green transition, which is something which is very hard to imagine something under it, to something very concrete and very specific, which turned out as well during the pandemic to be the cornerstone of how do people get to the issue. So just in order from my perspective, the key outcomes from the Prague experience, well, first you need to have a data platform, because otherwise you don't know what to do with the data and where to get it. The second is, of course, to be able to get the data. The municipality, Prague is very decentralized, but municipalities are in position to take the data from the health authorities to the meteorological measurements to the car counts. Of course, there are issues with players like Airbnb who are not very willing in order to give the data to the cities. I guess you have the similar experience in other European countries. But the moment you get the data, you need to use them for the information and data-driven decisions for the city government, but even maybe more importantly, but also very importantly, to use them in a public presentable way in order to win the public opinion and give specific examples of how the data are used, because this is the only way how to get from the abstract point of view to something which is very, very important to your daily life. And only if you get the public, then the green transition have a chance to win. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and let's continue with the discussion. And I'm more than happy and keen to answer anything and keep the good mode of the discussion flowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Iri. Well, it was a very good presentation with many different examples. I think thanks for really showing also the role of the data platform as enabler, if you like, really for the green transition. I think it's good to see that indeed it's not only for the green transition, so for energy efficiency services, but really helps, in many different sectors. It really helps to shape policies, to provide different services. Also, thanks for highlighting the importance of the citizens, so the role of the citizens and citizens involvement, but also how to make sure that these data are actually make sense to them. I mean, and it's not just indeed as abstract as you were saying. And also the point on data gathering and therefore data sharing. We know very well, I mean, what you mean. It's a battle that we are fighting with all the other cities, as you said, in the context of the DSA and also, I mean, the Digital Services Act and the platforms economy. So thank you so much. Very interesting. I think many also points and issues to take in the discussion afterwards. But now I would like to give the floor to Felipe Guzman. So we travel exactly 9,494 kilometers from Prague to Bogota. I hope he's in Bogota, actually. So he's ICT High Council, Bogota Mayor's Office. We have, so Philippe will present a series of initiatives as part of Bogota Green Transformation Agenda, showing concretely how digital works, as said, as an enabler for their implementation. Please, Felipe.
Muchas gracias, Federica. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Federica. I'd like to greet to all of you. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you to all the members of the panel. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind introduction.
To follow in English, there is an interpretation, there is a map button, there is interpretation button on the bottom and of your screen, and you just press English in that sense. Thanks. Please, Felipe.
Bueno, muchas gracias, efectivamente. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am an advisor for the information technology and communication in Bogota. It was very interesting, and we do thank you very much for the invitation, because Bogota didn't have an answer, a solid answer to the data problems that we had. The mayor, Ms. Claudia Lopez, really needed since the beginning of last year to improve these databases and data management. It was something that she really wanted to improve. And we as members of the mayor team, we wanted to work. This is one of the main aspirations that we had, to have a smart city model. We, from last year, we wanted to consolidate Bogota as a data platform. And we really wanted to have a performance technology able to offer all the abilities and skills and to empower citizens and to raise the quality of life of our inhabitants. That's why that we very rapidly we were able to see that data that we were able to gather, we were talking about the enablers, right? Before, it was essential for all the stakeholders in the city to take better decisions and also to make things to improve quality of life of people, to create more capabilities, to create more opportunities, to have a much more sustainable and friendly environment. Suddenly, we put into practice data innovation technology, and also we wanted to be the leaders of the country. We wanted to have lanes for bicycles. We wanted to have alternative mass transportation systems. We wanted to renew the e-buses network and the trains and the metro. And also we wanted to have circular economy structures to reuse waste, to improve waste management, right? These were all the fields we wanted to improve. And data offered us the possibility to have the basis for this transformation. Data were the main source to create a new climate action plan. I'm going to talk about it at the end of my presentation, right? But it was also very important for urban planning, for health improvement, and we wanted to take advantage of the city land and to improve the landscape. One of the main pillars was the transformation and also to protect the main infrastructures of the city, data, analytics of the data of all the sectors in the city allowed us to make progress in all the policies for social and green strategies. In some specific cases, we wanted to define this list of initiatives. We have 100 initiatives for this 4-year mandate. The information technology had to improve the quality of life of people. These 100 initiatives of digital transformation, right? We made us possible to create new sources of information, but data platforms are not the main goal and the final goal. What we really wanted was to have a data platform to improve a sustainable relationship with the citizens, to change the citizens' life, mainly women, mainly young people's lives, and homeless people, right? This is what we really wanted to attack, and how to improve and to deploy our vision, focusing on values such as collaboration, resilience, also responsible consumption, the activation of the ecosystems, and also to have a much more holistic vision. These 100 initiatives were divided into 9 city challenges. You have it on the left side of your screen. These challenges were very important to us. The first example that I want to talk about is the green city transformation. We were able to get this green transformation thanks to the digital transformation. We count with 19 initiatives, cross-linked initiatives that belong to all the boroughs of the city. We have 15 different boroughs in Bogota that traditionally have been very vertical. But since we have this transformation agenda, we wanted to have a much more cross-linked and better articulated work for the benefit of citizens. One of the main strategies allowed us to work with data platforms to give support to all the transformation actions. First of all, we have an environmental geographic viewer. This viewer allowed us to make improvements. It is a great tool that allowed us to consolidate the information related with the environmental status of the city. It is a platform that is fitted with all the information that is allocated by the citizens, by the government bodies, and they also can look for the availability of waste management centers, how is evolving the climate, what's the quality of air, what are the different facilities that exist to improve the environment of the city. It was a very powerful tool that allowed the citizens to better measure the environmental impact, and also politicians could set a strategy to improve these green transition programs. Those working, let's say, in housing projects, those working in educational innovation, social themes, they could have a look to this and to improve their relationship, right? And to boost their activities. Another project that I'd like to mention, it has to do with the air quality data management. It is Bogota, it's quite a big city. The quality of the air was very poor in the city, right? We around 1,000 individuals died.
Felipe, sorry to interrupt you, but do you have headphones by any chance? If you could use it, because it seems a bit difficult to follow you.
Yeah, that's right.
Now it's better? Do you hear me better?
I think it's much better, yes.
Okay, sorry for that.
Good, thank you.
Okay. El segundo proyecto que quería resaltar era...
So the second project that I wanted to underline has to do with air quality data management. As I mentioned, one of the big challenges that we had in the administration was that around 2,000 individuals died in Bogota due to the air quality in the city. This is one of the main issues that made us to think that we needed some actions to reduce the level of pollution and CO2 emissions that really impacted daily life of people. However, to make all the progresses that were needed, we needed much more real-time data for decision makers to use them on a daily basis. That's why we had this system for air quality data, and it has improved a lot. Not just the way we capture data, we place more sensors, and also we updated different metrics. We updated all the models that allow us to be aware about the air quality behavior and to offer tools for the citizens. Therefore, I can see early in the morning the quality of the air all over the city, right? And the air quality will say to me, where can I go? Where am I going? And to transform my own behavior as a citizen. The third project that I'd like to talk about has to do with the information system for the management of urban tree planting. We want to consolidate the huge amount of trees that we have in the city. We have many trees per citizen. We want to have an improvement of green areas and parks in the city. We have very dense populated areas in the city that they have a big deficit, and this allowed us to modulate and to model the area and how to develop the different kind of trees that we have in the city, and to make a follow-up not only related with this species and also the state of life of each and every one of the trees, but also to shape and to see where we can change the tree planting projects for those areas that do not have trees, and those taking the decision around the projects for urban planning to include tree planting. Another project that we wanted to share with you had to do with the information related with climate change and risk management. Through this tool in Bogota, for more than 60 years, we count with the climate risks that can occur and how to better manage and to assess in the mountain, in the valleys, by the river, and this allowed us to develop all the different visions and how to develop different activities in the city, always incorporating and including risk management and climate change data. This allows us to define what are the specific conditions and requisites that we need for each and every one of the activities. Historically, taking into account the behaviors and comparing with the air quality data and climate change and system for risk management to better improve the green city transformation. Well, in a nutshell, all the initiatives that we are offering for this green transformation belong to our climate action plan. We really wish and want this green transformation together with the fleet transportation systems, with the stationary energy consumption, with the better waste management, with the recognition of the ecosystem and biodiversity, with the hydroclimatic risk management and public services, as well as construction and buildings. Bogota was only, maybe it was the first city in the region that declared this climate emergency. That's why we involved for the next 30 years through these 7 strategic sectors that I mentioned before that will allow us to create a neutral carbon city and to reduce regularly the amount of CO2 emissions, where data are basic for each and every one of the sectors, and to use the transportation models to promote new means of transportations, to make it possible to take advantage of environmental resources, to be much more responsible when dealing with waste. So we have a lot of knowledge, as much as other cities, right? But we have this roadmap, a roadmap that has levered all the strategies with the support of all the stakeholders. In this sense, we created different institutions and bodies that are essential to us. That's why we created the I-Team. This is the name that we gave to the innovation team, together with 2 institutions, Agata, the Analytics Center of Data in Bogota that was opened last year, aiming at being the institution of the city that will take advantage of data in order to take decisions and to develop new services. We want to articulate all the institutions for each and every one of the institutions to support and to offer the solution for all the needs, and also the IBO. That's where we have an interaction with all the actors of the ecosystem. This system at the service of the citizens to improve the decision-taking process. It is like the engine that's allowing us to lever the data analysis and to make possible this green agenda. That's all from my side, and I'm really attentive to all the questions that will appear later in our debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a strategy and what an ambitious also plan. Congratulations. So it brings also up the fact of how important it is to have a strategy, which is not, we cannot really give it for granted, I have to say. I think it's but really great to see also how ambitious it is. Thanks also for raising the importance of using data also in a cross-cutting way. but also the work also with different cities departments and services, really the synergies that needs to be established, you know, to really achieve the goal. The importance of quality data, real-time data, definitely one of the key issues also when we talk, you know, about data platforms also with our members, but also when we talk about sharing data, because it's really crucial to have good data, otherwise we cannot really use them. And also, I mean, the last point really of the importance of involving many different stakeholders, you know, for the implementation of your plan, of your strategy, of the agenda, I think is really crucial. So thanks also for highlighting this aspect. So thank you so much. We should have also another panelist, Grant Ervin, from the Chief Resilience Officer from Pittsburgh, but I think he had technical problems. I don't know if he will actually join us. But now, before starting the panel discussion, I actually take the opportunity to remind you to write your questions to the chat for later. I would like actually now to give the floor to three distinguished speakers for a first reaction, you know, to this presentation. I start with Ursula Aker, professor for building, civil and environmental engineering, and also Canada Excellence Research Chair in Smart, Sustainable and Resilient Communities and Cities at Concordia University. Please, Ursula.
All right, thank you very much, Federica, and to the speakers from the cities. It was really fascinating to hear what you've been doing with data, and I think we all agree that data are actually crucial to monitor the status quo, of course, give us a baseline from where to monitor progress. So I think that's quite clear. And what I want to sort of respond to the presentations, I think we're all trying to find solutions to the many barriers why we don't see a green transition happening as fast as we want. And I think in addition to data, of course, and the role to monitor the status quo, I would plead a bit for scenario modeling. And in my opinion, and I think that's where actually research and universities can also play a role, because I think we have a lot of people now who are very capable of analyzing data. All the students are crazy about machine learning, so I think there's no lack of interest in doing and learning techniques around data and analytics. But there are actually not many people, and including not many graduate students who really take it on themselves to model in a pretty granular fashion the status quo, of course, and validate the models with the data, but then also to come up with scenarios to see what will it actually cost us to retrofit the buildings, maybe also over time, what are the cost benefits? Is it cheaper to retrofit, or is it better to just focus on renewable energy systems, which could also be outside the city? How much renewables make sense inside the city? What do we need to sort of outsource and rather build big wind farms, power plants regionally or even nationally? But I think you need to model this and to really to get the cost and emission reductions right, because it's not a trivial question of saying, will it really be cheaper to build sort of smaller solar systems on every individual roof or even on the bigger municipal buildings? Or will it not be much cheaper to build larger solar power plants outside the city? Then you have resilience issues, of course. If you have local renewables, you of course have a more resilient system to power outages. You might stabilize the grid. So these are non-trivial questions of if you have a limited budget and maybe even limited staff to push the green agenda, of how to do it best and what measures to prioritize. So I think in addition to to data, my sort of my work here at Concordia for sure, but also my main response would be to also talk a bit about the scenario modeling. And I think we have now very powerful infrastructure to do so, because most cities have three-dimensional models. So we basically know the geometry and have reasonable archetypes for every individual building in the city. So we can model in a very granular way what the status quo of heating, cooling, electricity consumption is, and where we could go if we do certain action plans, like insulating all the roofs or exchanging all the windows, or whatever it takes. And we can really see where is it cheapest to do so, because it of course depends on usage and geometry. But I think the basic information is already there, and the same for the energy systems. We know the distribution infrastructure. Not all this data is public, so it's especially distribution networks is for some reason very hard to get information of where exactly the electric cables go, where the gas infrastructure is, and whether they're district heating or cooling networks, and how they are designed, whether they can take additional capacity. It would be, I mean, I think there's still a big issue of making this data accessible for researchers or city people to model these scenarios, because often they're proprietary. They are with the energy companies. They're very protective of their data. It's very hard to get access. So I would say we can model the buildings, the energy infrastructure, and the transportation system. And the same here. I mean, I think if we really want to know if we take sort of planning decisions of putting more bike lanes, or taking out lanes just for rapid bus transit, or whatever the strategy is, I think to predict what that will do to the mobility, the general status of mobility, access to mobility, fluidity of flow, and even how it would look like. I mean, to visualize how these sort of planning interventions would look like. I think, again, a sort of a city model, a digital twin that is more than data, that can say, okay, we represent our reality. You showed this, Felipe, you showed this sort of 2D viewer of environmental data. I mean, 3D viewers, and we've now put it into a game engine. It can be really amazing. I mean, you can really go through your city in a 3D model, and then you do an intervention, change the street layout, green the facades, and people see and feel how that would look like. So I think we could take it really, really much further, these sort of digital twin concept of making it attractive, how this transition could look like, and get access to citizens. And I mean, we've done a simple gamification project here around an old industrial site, and everybody was so happy to play this. Everybody got 10 million and could do interventions on the building, on greening the roofs, because most people like farming, so they could do interventions. And then we could quantify with this budget how much carbon emissions they would save. And the one who saved the most emissions with the least money won the competition. So, and people are incredibly interested. I mean, they have fun doing this, and they learn a bit the metrics that we aim for, and understand whether it's better to do something on the building efficiency, or rather change the transportation system, or both. So I think this, again, the digital twin concept could be taken a step further. And maybe a final comment on the data. I mean, coming back to the part that you both described, I mean, also in Prague, I think to make this data accessible is very valuable. And maybe we should talk a bit more about access to that data, this sort of FAIR principle of making it really findable and accessible, because the data and maybe the measures that are beyond the data, if we try to monitor progress, would really help us understand which interventions work best. So if over the year, and I've seen that also in Barcelona, they started to, for all the SDG targets, to set, have at least like 3-year data for every individual target, say what is our target in 2030, and then if you put your data points on that trajectory towards the 2030 goal, you see, okay, nothing is moving, or we're moving even in the wrong direction. So to make that data accessible would really help us learn from each other and see which measures and interventions work well and which are more complex or have more barriers that we need to solve. So I think this debate on good metadata, harmonizing our urban data models is really important to better learn from other cities' experience on a much more granular level. Just now, if we try to talk about best practice, we of course have good examples, but if you dig deeper and say, well, can I get data of the heat pumps and what type of batteries they installed? No, you don't get it. You just get a sort of flyer with some sort of very high level information that doesn't help you to plan your own project. So I think that's maybe my last comment, to make this data that is related to your targets and individual interventions, describe it much better, make metadata available would be very useful. Okay, that's my 10 minutes, I guess. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Indeed, scenario planning you mentioned and modeling, I think, is crucial. I'm just thinking about the work that we are doing within Eurocities with the city of Ghent and Rotterdam. They chair the digital foresight working group. Is really indeed what we are trying to do. You know, to plan, to use the data for to plan possible scenarios, indeed, and to prioritize, as you said, you know, work effectively and speed up also, if you like, the transition. And also thanks for the indeed all the work that should be done using digital twins. I think is now also at the EU level, it's a very hot topic, if I can say. Looking also at the funding opportunities that are coming up with the Digital Euro programs. So I think interesting to look at the opportunities also for cities to develop more their digital twins. And then last point on more access to good data and metadata, indeed. Definitely a point for discussion. Thank you so much. I would like now to hear also from Patricio Reyes, a senior researcher at Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Please, Patricio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Maybe something to say about digital twins also from
yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, as you might know, well, thank you first to CIDOB, thanks Federica and to the organizers for having me. You know, as you may know, I'm here as a researcher at BSc, you know, and the BSc is the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Actually, it's the National Center of Supercomputing in Spain. So as you said. So yeah, as the keynote just said, you know, we're facing challenges, but also we have opportunities, you know, and I like to start first regarding about energy consumption, you know. I want to emphasize that at BSc, we're dealing with the digital track and the green track together. As Laia Bonet said yesterday, you know, the deputy mayor of Barcelona, I mean, digital track and green track goes hand in hand, at least at BSc, at least in Barcelona. So I'd like to first briefly describe, you know, what BSc is doing on that regard, so we can discuss about it later, and we'll link what we are doing with what the keynote speakers just discussed. And for sure, we will talk about digital twins, you know, in the end. So I'd like to start first with what Ursula just mentioned about the university. All students want to apply machine learning techniques to problems, you know. But yeah, as you said, maybe first, let's start first by understanding the problem. And we could start by applying simple solution, apply simple problems to that. Actually, what Kaisa Rita, the director of Carbon Neutral Helsinki program, said today morning, you know, let's start first with this stupid, simple, not so smart solutions, you know. So I'm going to start with the not so smart solution, as Kaisa Rita said, and we can talk about smart solution, you know, in the last part. So as you may know, I mean, BSC hosts the Mare Nostrum 4. You know, Mare Nostrum 4 is a supercomputer based in Barcelona. Actually, it's one of the most powerful supercomputer, you know. And in terms of energy consumption, yeah, I mean, we as BSC, we are constantly updating our infrastructure, you know, to reduce our energy consumption. So, for example, the Mare Nostrum 4, you know, is our fourth generation of all of these supercomputers called Mare Nostrum, you know, but the Mare Nostrum 4 consumes only the Mare Nostrum 4 is 10 times more powerful than its predecessor, the Mare Nostrum 3. But at the same time, Mare Nostrum 4 consumes only 30% more energy than Mare Nostrum 3. So as you can see, first we have to think about this idea of first, let's solve the simple solutions, you know, about energy consumption. So by constantly updating our infrastructure, we can guarantee good standards of energy efficiency, you know. And we're also really worried about the ratio. You know, we know that for solving problems, we need to spend energy, but we're really interested in improve the ratio of energy spent and problem solved. So, I mean, after all, the problem solved by the supercomputer will impact the life, you know, of citizens, and this is what we need, you know. As you maybe know, a supercomputer cannot be easily turned off, as maybe like the laptops most of you have in front of you right now, you know. So what we're doing, you know, BSC is part of a European network of supercomputers. So there is a network of computers in Europe. So our goal is to balance a lot of supercomputers across Europe. So in that way, no supercomputer is in idle mode, let's say. So, I mean, so in that case, you know, we can see that Mare Nostrum 4 is constantly working. So we can guarantee, you know, that there is no computer just wasting energy, you know. They are always solving problems, you know. So in that regard, the supercomputer are solving problems at any time from researchers in Europe. For example, a researcher right now could be in Rome, for example, but he can solve a problem, you know, in Mare Nostrum 4 if there is a time slot available for that. Okay, so we are really worried about balancing this ratio, improving the ratio of in terms of energy we spend, you know, and the number of problems we can solve. Okay, so until now we just mentioned what we're doing to improve our ratio, you know. So this is the stupid solution, so we can talk about it. So now let's talk about the smart solutions. So I like to mention what BSC is actually doing in research in that regard. One of the key areas of BSC actually is climate predictions. So there is a group of researchers actively working on this topic. For example, climate models, wind energy services, forecasting, agriculture, for example. But moreover, I mean, and maybe I'm biased because I'm working on it, we're also interested, you know, in smart solutions for cities, for example, city dynamics, you know, urban planning, urban mobility, as Iri also mentioned, you know, for Prague, you know. So as the keynote said, the green transition is key, you know, but, you know, maybe I'm biased because I believe that urban planning and urban mobility is an important piece of the puzzle. So I like to pose a question here. So if the urban data centers, but also cities, you know, are also prepared for this green track, you know, let's think about a European city. If I have to take a car to go to my office every day because there is no way to get to my work by public transport, we have to reconsider if the city is ready for this green transition. So in terms of urban planning and urban mobility, there are still questions to raise, for example, and at BSC, we started studying this case in Barcelona. For example, we started studying this idea of the 15-minute city, you know, the idea of where most of the residential facilities are within a short walk for their homes, you know, at maybe 15-minute walking distance to markets, to hospitals, to green areas, parks, for example. So by collecting open data from point of interest of a city, we can identify these metrics on how livable, you know, a neighborhood is. And we can not only identify, we can also send a warning, you know, to the city council if we detect problems at that regard, if the public facilities are not properly distributed, for example. So in partnership with the city council, we have studied the mobility patterns of citizens of Barcelona. Our goal at that moment was to understand how citizens are distributed according to the city. And for example, another question which is important to us is do we live in really inclusive cities? For example, do elderly people have a proper access to public transportation? Do elderly people have a proper access to primary care centers, to hospitals? Also, Felipe just mentioned, we also took the lead and studied whether there is a difference between men and women with respect to mobility patterns. Actually, we're in contact with researchers from Latin America who carried out the research to identify if women mobility patterns in public transportation are different, compared to mobility patterns of men, And if this is the case, we can again, send the alarms to city councils to take actions to ensure safe public transport for women too. Regarding tourism, for example, in which neighborhoods do tourists stay and where are the tourist attractions they usually visit? So actually we just studied the Airbnb listings, how the Airbnb listings are distributed across Barcelona. Actually, he also mentioned the same, kind of study for Prague. So in that regard, City Council again can take actions on the public transportation, for example. For example, if we know where the tourists, stay, and if we know where the tourist attractions are, for sure we will kind of have an idea of how tourists, behave across the city. And this will be also important, for policies and for actions, let's say public transportation and so on. So in terms of urban planning, another questions that we could solve is how to expand a metro network according to the citizen needs. For example, gas utility networks, water utility networks. Actually, I guess that Edie also mentioned in one of the slides too, where to locate new metro stations, for example. This is really important for people, living in the areas. Regarding pollution, actually, Felipe Guzman just mentioned, how Bogota is working on it. We're just going to start a project to study the pollution with researchers from Italy, actually, in particular, to study vehicle emissions and how to improve policies to reduce vehicles emission, actually by targeting gross polluters. So this study was already done in London, actually Rome and Florence, and we'd like to replicate the same study here in Barcelona. So as you see, most of these questions can be studied together by means of which is called, the city twin. And this is maybe the smart part or the trendy part, as you mentioned before, But here at BC, we're working on first, to set the foundations on how a general framework for city twins, could work, as Ursula just said, we should start step by step. I totally agree with you. So let's set the foundation first. For those who don't know, a city twin is kind of a simulator of a city. So where you load the simulator with data from a particular city, you load the different layers of a city, let's say transport, utility networks, demographics, And once you get this city twin, which is so called because it's kind of a digital twin for cities, city twin, you can start answering questions about the city. For example, what are the benefits of implementing a new superblock in Barcelona, for example, or how can I extend the metro network? So we can simulate, the behavior of a city and get metrics, maybe the before and after, the policy is implemented. And as you will see, all the questions that we posed before can be studied and solved consistently. This is really important in a coherent way, through a city twin, instead of, answering different questions just by different data segments. We can, gather all of the data into a coherent way, which is called, the city twin. So, just to wrap up, as somebody of the keynote said, we, urban data centers, researchers, supercomputing powers, we need to take the lead. We need to think about what we're doing for the green transition. Let's start first, as Ursula said too, and Rita said, let's start first with the simple, not so smart solutions, But also, we can see what are the next steps. And this is where we need to provide smart solutions too, I guess. So thanks.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, you made me curious to come and visit the supercomputing center. I will be in Barcelona in November for the Smart City Expo, so maybe an occasion. No, but thanks also to to highlight the fact that indeed the digital and green transition go hand in hand, but they cannot be achieved without concrete sustainable urban mobility plans and actions, and therefore everything is linked. I was thinking you were mentioning, of course, the importance of the digital twin and the twin city, but also possibly to have a network of digital twins in Europe, no? I mean, among all the cities, because otherwise, if each of the city does its own thing without coordinating also with the others, then it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But thank you so much. And then now to Naomi, Naomi Morishita Stefan. Sorry for the pronunciation. Good. CEO in Transformative Futures.
Most Transformative Futures, yes. So I founded my company last year, and I focus on smart city consulting. My background is in technical architecture and civil engineering, and I've been working on projects such as mostly in action research, looking at smart city issues. I think that we've covered, let's say, digital twins and the supercomputing aspect, also from the university perspective. I think what's also quite interesting is perhaps I'll try to look at maybe this perspective from, let's say, people. A digital twin network for cities, yes, I think I agree with Ursula. She just sent a comment saying that a digital twin network for cities, not just in Europe, but also North and South America. I completely agree. I think that we should actually have, it would be really wonderful if we could have, let's say, an international, maybe ISO, where we have parameters so that we can really compare the results between different cities. And I want to thank Felipe and Iri for their presentations, because I think it's very heartening to see how advanced the cities are coming, and to take into account, let's say, vulnerable people such as, let's say, homeless people and such. I think that it's very important not only to, let's say, consider a citizen as, let's say, a stakeholder within our models, but also to try to bring people in. So, for example, in Munich, there was a project called Smarter Together, where children came in and they were brought in from the very beginning, and citizens as well, for designing a smart lamppost, for example. This is just one aspect. And the smart lamppost had, let's say, Wi-Fi, and it had an LED light, and it also had different sensors. So it had temperature, and then all sorts of air quality sensors. And then you could see this, let's say, on a platform. So it was a digital platform. And the reason why I think that it's important to bring the citizens in is that, there is open government data available on some city websites. And so this is very good for researchers at universities. But on the other hand, for, let's say, a layperson who is not within our field, they might feel very threatened because they will not necessarily understand what this data means. So there might be resistance from the population. I think that there was an issue with Sidewalk Labs in Toronto, where there was a really big issue about, let's say, considering privacy rights of individual citizens, and also what gets shared with the digital twin in this case. So that is always a very, very sensitive issue. Another issue is, let's say, security, and making sure that the data is actually secure and is not being abused by unintended users. With the children, because the children are the future, I think it's very good to show them or to work with them to get their input, because actually, when we look at the digital literacy with every single generation, it becomes much more intuitive as to using digital tools, and they'll also be able to see this with the dashboards that were shown. For example, the COVID dashboard was really wonderful, and I'm sure that many people use that and they could understand it. I think it's also important to make sure that let's say, a normal citizen is able to understand this dashboard. And when we're also looking at different levels of literacy, especially digital literacy, that also means that, let's say, educational campaigns, information campaigns, workshops with different citizen groups also have to be a part of this digital transition towards moving towards, let's say, green cities. I think a really, really major issue is this overall goal of trying to reduce greenhouse gases. We've decided at the IPCC that we want to reduce greenhouse gases by 55% according to the 1990s levels. But how do we calculate that when we're looking at everything all together for a city? I think this is a really challenging issue for cities and also researchers. And so, because these issues affect all of us, it's also quite good to have, let's say, action research with researchers and cities and industry, and also to try to bring in the local population as well. And when we have that, I think that we can actually build a robust system that is usable for everybody, so that we can also have as many users as possible. But then also to make sure that the privacy rights of people are being considered. I think that's also quite important. But I think that the general idea of having this tool to say we have the policy documents with the master planning for transport and also urban planning, and to be able to have a tangible result and say, okay, this is where we are, like as Frederica said, that's very helpful for planning for the cities and also the researchers, so that we can also work together towards the goals that we're aiming for. I think.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing in the example also Smart Together, another lighthouse project indeed, and all the great work that Munich did there with all the other lighthouse cities, and especially the role of the cities, and so from the very early stage and age, if you like, definitely a point as well. And I know many cities are doing so much also to really start with the young, in that sense. I'm just thinking many cases in Barcelona. Thank you so much. We don't have a lot of time, so I would like to go to some questions that we received from the public. One is about the access to data from energy companies and other private sector providers, the difficulties that, of course, we do, cities and city governments have in that. So the question is, what new public-private partnership do we need to overcome this barrier? So what could it be done, from those partnership? How can cities better communicate the economic, social, and environmental value that they can generate with the data from private sector service providers? Okay, an interesting question. I'm not really sure if are the cities that need really to communicate that. I think maybe no. What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, maybe I can say something about it, if I may. I mean, I'm biased to urban mobility, and in urban mobility, there's a lot of agreements between, for example, telecommunication companies, with city councils. Actually, the City Council of Barcelona, has an agreement with telecommunication companies. So in that way, telecommunication company sends anonymized data from mobile phones. So as BSC, we were part of that study, so we can, detect the patterns, how citizens, what are the mobility patterns across Barcelona. And I think that there will be also some agreements with the ride-sharing companies in the near future. I think that this could be, from my side.
Yeah, indeed. No, I think that specific and agreements, with the companies is indeed one of the possible solution. Maybe just difficult to scale it up, if you like, so to replicate it also in other cities. So if I think about, the European context or the world context, maybe one-to-one is not the solution. It can be the start for sure, to get some data. That's also what the Data Act is doing. I think to really, I think the European legislation in that sense, it's also helpful in a way. Another questions, they say for the cities, what problems have you come up against in translation translating the data you gather into usable knowledge for policymakers? What can we do to strengthen the science policy interface at local level? Please, Felipe.
Go ahead to Bogota.
Okay. Thank you, Giri.
Muchas gracias, Giri. Thank you so much for sharing, for giving me the opportunity.
Un momento que tengo un problema aquí con la traducción.
I do have an issue with translation. All right, what I wanted to share with you, it is the next idea.
I cannot hear you very well. I don't know if it's me. Try again.
¿Aló?
Yeah,
¿Me escuchan?
now okay. Thanks.
Okay. En Bogotá vimos este reto como...
Well, as I said, in Bogota, this was quite an important challenge. When we want to take advantage of data gathering, we had a very big challenge related with the data quality. We had thousands of data that were not good enough, and they couldn't be taken into account for decision makers. So we need to have a clear idea about the quality of data. This is a challenge to us, and this is something that we want to improve in many sectors of the city. The second biggest issue has to do with the governance. Once they are aggregated at a city level, in a structure that it's always divided in silos with different sectors, we wanted to create the trust and also to see how this cross-link and intersectorial benefit would be possible. We saw it as an initiative, not from a political perspective, no one in the city, but it was the mayor. The mayor was the one that boosted this program. The development plan and the urban planning project, it is something that we had from the mayor impulsion. So the data and the data management has to respond to this cross-linked and cross-sectorial issues. And also safety. One of the barriers that we had to do with safety. I don't know to what extent I can use data to incorporate them in my decision-taking processes and how to use it. I do believe that the pandemic was very special in this sense. In such a delicate issue such as health, personal health, it was useful for us to all be aware. How can I use the data? How can I create a trust from the data that we gathered? The most important thing it is to know this data culture, how to improve that. And it has to do with leadership. The one that is not assessing the data, but the one that is selling data to the mayor. It is a demand from the mayor and from the secretary of the mayor. Once it comes from up down, we will take advantage of the data for better decision processes. When we are frustrated and we say we are going to develop another urban planning project in the city, and when we don't have the real information to better create, right, this new urban planning strategy, we have the feeling that it is needed to work together amongst all institutions and bodies that will make this possible. So very precisely, we need to take advantage of data when we take decisions. Therefore, we need to have a very clear leadership from all the institutions, the data at the service of citizenship, and never forget any step of the cycle. From quality data, data governance, security, and how to take advantage of data.
Very important points. Thanks.
And maybe if I can add on, because the point from Bogota was very, very clear in this regard, as I can confirm from the Prague perspective, there's exactly these issues. First, to have the data, but usually you end up in a situation that actually have too much of it. So the main problem is actually to make it somehow comprehensible and to distinguish what's the causality, what's the correlation of it. For example, if we are dealing regarding the security in the city, Prague is in general one of the safest cities in the world, but of course sense of security is something which is not exactly rational science. So for example, the mere presence of a police station in some neighborhood usually does sometimes absolutely nothing to actual safety of it, but it just something people keep in mind, not that it actually have pose any consequence of it being there or not. So this is something which always needs to be taken in account. And just a very short detour to the previous question, because I was I'm very keen to agree with the points of Patricio and Ursula regarding the infrastructure and regarding the capability of the cities to actually be able to enforce the green or pretty much any other politics the city wants to enforce and or to do. Because if we don't want to green transition to just be the words on the paper, the city needs to have the infrastructure. The infrastructure means to actually do it. And it's something from Prague perspective, for example, we are quite lucky that most of our infrastructure, and it means from pipelines to gas to actually data, are owned by the city or by the city company. But it's not like that in other cities, and it's not like that in all areas of the data and of the infrastructure. I mean, the great example is the Airbnb data versus, for example, the electrical infrastructure. We don't have the Airbnb data. We are kind of taking it from Airbnb portals and guessing location. We have like good algorithms to work around, but the fact that city needs to do a workaround to get the actual data about the city itself, it's not a good situation. So we are hoping for the improvement from the Digital Service Act in this regard. On the other hand, for example, the fact that the city owns all the electricity connections now allows us to build the electric plugs for the electric cars on the public lighting in pretty much any area we want, thanks to the fact that we didn't solve it out in few decades ago. And yet another example regarding this infrastructure and data infrastructure is that it was actually last year when the city of Prague was able to get back the data regarding the actual position of public transport, which was through some not very good agreements in the previous decade privatized to all private company, which then blackmailed the city for not a very quite unreasonable amount of money to give us back the actual live data of the position of the trams. So these things, these relicts from the past, from the not so good governmental decisions in the previous periods, are something that can very, very, very limit the ability of the city to actually enforce the politics they want to enforce. So it's really, from our perspective, it's very important to remember that if you want to actually do your politics, you need to have infrastructure. And infrastructure means anything from the data to the actual pipes.
Yeah, definitely important points, I think. So also a battle between not having access to data and actually in other cases having even too much. I always remember speaking to Amsterdam saying we should start small, when we talk about accessing and sharing data. We don't need many of them. We need to start small. We need good data, and that's maybe the most important part. Okay, another question going back to the digital twins, saying that how can the knowledge generated by cities with a digital twin be actually transferred to cities that don't have the resources for digital modeling? Very good question.
If I can just very shortly add from Prague perspective, the Golemi data platform is purely open source. So it allowed us to move it to scale up from Prague to other regions in Czechia. So it can be transferred to Bogota as well, or any other city. It would benefit from it.
Very good point. Ursula, would you have a comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think open source is one thing, and standardized data modeling is the other, because I mean, as soon as somebody needs to sit there and adapt even just data import exports or combining different data sources, it's tricky. So the more we standardize, the better. But it would be great to I mean, and I think their universities again could intervene. I mean, to have a look at existing data structures. So I mean, in Prague or wherever, and see just how much effort it would be to transfer that to a different setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, if I may, I can just comment that it will be really nice if you have a network of cities, working together to get a kind of a framework. This is what we're doing. Actually, we started collaborating with the Institute of Advanced Architecture in Catalonia, and actually one of our PhD students is working on it to provide a framework, around urban cities on that idea, And the idea is to set, the links with different cities, in that way our framework, can set the foundations to a lot of cities. It will be really important, once you get to know all of the foundations, you can just gather data from different cities and use our digital twin, to all of the cities, that you could.
Yeah, definitely. Naomi, maybe a last remark from your side. Don't know if you wish.
I think there's so much potential with digital twins. One thing that we also need to think about is probably the existing infrastructure. So, for example, in France, they're updating all of their heating meters with smart meters. So obviously to have a connection to a digital twin is easier. But for example, in Munich, there is a lot of legacy meters. So an issue would be, how do you get, let's say, a heat meter from maybe the 60s and get this data from there into a digital environment? So, excuse me. I think it's quite exciting. We have a lot of potential, and it's quite exciting. So, excuse me, I have to cough.
It's okay. Thank you so much. So, thank you, everybody. I don't know if there is a last comment or a question. Otherwise, I'm just looking at the time. I would like also to give the floor to Anna. I know that from CIDOB, they also want to say a few words to also close this series of workshops. So maybe I can.
Thank you very much, Federica. And thank you to all the speakers on this panel. It was the last panel in our series of sessions on bridging the green and digital agendas in cities to drive more ambitious and inclusive transitions. We brought together an astonishing number of cities from around the world, from South America to Europe. We also had a representative from South Africa to North America. And it's been wonderful hearing from your insights, about your insights and experiences. And also it's been great to have all these experts react to the stories that the cities have been telling us and contributing with their knowledge from research and other kind of fieldwork. So a big thank you to you all. And the sessions, as Federica mentioned at the beginning, have all been recorded. They're available on YouTube in case you want to share them with colleagues. And we will be keeping you posted on the action plan that we are going to produce based on the seminar results, and that we will then present in cooperation with Glasgow City Council during COP26. So again, thank you very much to everyone, and thanks for joining. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.